log you in with anything while I'm down here?
I don't think so.
Are we live? Excellent, thank you. Well, good morning and welcome to the May 12th, 2022 meeting of the Oregon Transportation Commission. We have not been together in person for 2 years, so we'll have to see if we can do this live the way we were doing it before events overtook us. So with that, we will open with public comments, and I'll look to Sabrina. Do we have the first two? Number two. Are they both here? 1 and 2? Huh? Just number 2? Recording's in progress. So I'll just call. Hang on. I have to go to my attachments here. Okay, so is Pat Cox here? I'll call. Pat?
Pat Cox is not joined us. Patty Adair is with us.
Okay, so Patty Adair would be next, who is Deschutes County Commissioner. Commissioner, are you with us?
So, the sanitary district.
Patty?
Oh, yes, guys, I just have it. Good morning. Hi, it's Patty
Good
Adair.
morning. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing my testimony. I was representing Region 4. We had 7 outstanding projects on this, and 7 of them were fairly well funded. We received 3 of them in the top of the line where they perhaps will be funded when we're all done with this story, but truly, we had 2 projects that I wanted funded. I thought were incredibly important. The Erickson maintenance plan in Madras. You know, we need Erickson for their fire support for the entire state, but particularly for Central Oregon. And they will be adding 3 MD-87s for fire suppression. So please, I need to get those above the line. And then the North Klamath project had 130 family wage jobs, which was not funded. But instead, we funded 2 projects which account for 46% of the $46 million. Isn't that quite amazing that it's 46% and it's $46 million? One of them happens to be HIAC. When I was analyzing that program, I kept saying, well, where's the private money in this? Where is the private money? And if you do the research and look and see what's really happening, there is very little private money in there. And I really felt like, why did this ask of $13.9 million go ahead of my 2 projects that I truly believe should have been funded? And the other was the $7.3 million for the Port of Portland. I've only heard bad things about what's happening with the Port of Portland. The maintenance plans there for this money, the $7.3 million, they have hiring difficulties. The Columbia Gorge, the channel is not deep enough. I mean, really and truly, we're going to spend money on 2 projects. We had 49 projects on the ask list, and these 2 projects are taking 46%. So I would hope that you would consider reevaluate those decisions. I asked if we could give them less money. No, I was told that was not an option. So thank you for taking my testimony this morning. I so appreciate the opportunity, and I'm really sorry that actually that our meeting was not in person. I think it should have been. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate the comments, and certainly we'll take them into consideration today.
Thank you.
So we'll move now to Executive Director of the Port of Portland, Curtis Robinhold. Curtis is here live. Welcome, Curtis.
Good morning, Chair Van Brockland, Commissioners. Thanks so much for having me today. Really appreciate your time and being in person as well. Chair Van Brockland, we also, the Port of Portland, is just beginning to meet in person, so really appreciate all of you making the effort. Again, for the record, I'm Curtis Robinhold, Executive Director at the Port of Portland. The Port is not only the owner of 4 marine terminals, but also 3 airports in the Portland metropolitan area, including PDX. And we're also the largest owner and developer of industrial property in the state of Oregon. I'm here today mostly to speak to the whole list of Connect Oregon projects in front of you today. It's been a very robust process, a process that I'm certainly familiar with from many years of engagement in the interconnectivity of different modes of transport. And so I want to first thank the folks who contributed to this effort and thank all of you for your process and sticking to real criteria that gauge impact. And you'll note that one of the projects that was just mentioned, Terminal 6 project, integral to our continued development of Terminal 6 as a strategic asset for the state and the region. The state's only ocean-going container terminal. The river is indeed dredged up to Terminal 6 by law. The Port of Portland does that work on behalf of the Army Corps of Engineers. But it is a real hub for employment and primarily in our interest for export of Oregon cargo, primarily to Asia. It's why we care so deeply about it. As I think many of you know, we've been focused on it for many years to try to rebuild Terminal 6 after issues that we had around labor about 10 years ago. The terminal is booming now. We actually have just added an additional container service, MSC, the largest container cargo shipper in the world, is doing a weekly service now in addition to SM Lines, the container service we recruited, a Korean company 3 years ago. So we're really excited about the movement of cargo. We're really excited about the opportunity in front of us to expand our capability and upgrade the facility. So that's really what this Connect Oregon grant is about. I do want to note there are a number of really great projects in the process. Our team participated through the ACTS portion of the process, and I would just say I really appreciate the effort that has gone into the list. Again, the criteria and sticking to the criteria when it comes to decision making. So with that, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for your time. I look forward to any further conversations on these as it goes forward.
Thank you very much, Curtis. And I do want to hold you for just a second and congratulate you on the President's recent visit and all of the good things that he had to say specifically about what the port's doing in terms of multimodal transportation and cooperation with other entities. Obviously, a critical piece of the transportation network in the state is PDX, and
Yeah.
they're doing a lot of things out there.
Thank you, Mr.
Not
Chair.
not just rebuilding the airport, but also connecting it in new ways to other systems.
It was pretty exciting. As you
Yeah.
can imagine, our teams
Yeah.
are really proud of the work. He was really interested to hear about our efforts around shared prosperity, which I know you as an organization and Transportation Commission has also been thinking about. How do you think more equitably about our infrastructure investments?
Yes.
Which was really, honestly, a pleasant surprise from the President of the United States. So thank you. Appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Curtis. We'll move on next to the, and I may get this wrong, so apologies, but Timo Toratoya, President of JT Marine, Inc. Hello, good morning, and welcome.
Morning, can you hear me?
We can.
Morning, I'm Timo Torstoya. I'm owner and president of JT Marine. We have two locations here on the river, one in Rainier, Oregon, and the other in Vancouver here. I just wanted to try to put into, to try to get across the size of this project in comparison to what we have here on the river now. It's been said that this won't affect our businesses. You know, there's been studies supposedly done that shows that it won't affect our businesses. And I just want to put into perspective that right now we can dry dock between, this is for the Hayak project point. I guess I didn't say that. But anyways, we can dry dock between 20 and 30 vessels a year with two dry docks. We just bought another dry dock and it's going to be in Rainier, Oregon. You know, we obviously wouldn't have bought that dry dock if we would have known this was on the horizon. And I feel like we're fighting for our life here in our very existence in this market. But with our ability to do between 20 and 30 dry dockings a year, Hayak will be able to do that at one time. Our average cost to dry dock a vessel is between $10,000 and $15,000. They can do it for less than half that. So to try to say that it won't affect us is just crazy. I mean, it's they have to, most of these vessels come from the Seattle area. They literally have to pass by Hyack, which has 3 times the capacity and can do it for half the cost to get to us. So I just want to try to put that in perspective, where we come from and how we see it. And I'm thank you for giving me the time to talk, and I hope we can work this out. That's all I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your coming and talking to us about your concerns, and we're certainly going to be considering them as we go forward. So the next person up is Frank Manning, who's Vice President of Diversified Marine. Frank?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Very good. Well, Commissioner Chair Van Brocklin, Commissioner Vice Chair Simpson, Commissioners Brown, Smith, and Burke, thank you very much for your time this morning. On behalf of our hardworking employees, I would like to respectfully ask that you reject the funding for the Hyack Tongue Point Connect Oregon grant. This project has not been properly vetted and will have devastating impacts on our small business and our competitors like Timo in the fragile shipyard market. Hyack Tongue Point is a holding company owned by 2 wealthy individuals, Bob Dorn and Gordon Smith. They do not currently and do not plan to employ a single person. They've been very successful and have considerable amount to show for it. They've got a Falcon 7X private jet, a yacht, and a holding company called Full Throttle Holdings LLC, multiple multi-million-dollar estates, an impressive commercial fleet of vessels, and ownership in a NASCAR team. Despite these resources, their applicant match contains no private funds. The match is coming from the $7 million given to them from the American Relief Fund. If this funding is approved, Bob Dorn and Gordon Smith will receive $21 million from the state to improve a property they purchased for $4 million. These funds from the state of Oregon and through the Connect Oregon grant will go to an Italian lift manufacturer with strong Russian ties. Given everything that's going on in the world over there, I think that is something that really needs to be considered. Along with that, the lack of vetting on this project is very concerning. No one has reached out to JT Marine or Diversified Marine. If this funding is approved, we will be forced to lay off 15 employees, including one who is currently fighting cancer using the benefits we provide. JT Marine will likely go out of business despite making the considerable investments in a new dry dock and revitalizing the hard-hit Rainier community. The market size described in Hyack's application simply doesn't exist. Currently, there's $16 million worth of repair work on the river. They're going to need $39 million to fund this or to provide the 100 jobs they speak of. It simply doesn't exist. It's going to cannibalize our existing market. And I beg you, ask you respectfully to please consider this and reject the Hyack funding. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Manning. We'll move now to Kurt Reed, or Red. Kurt?
Hello.
Hello there.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, yes. Thank you for your time. My name's Kurt Red. I'm the founder of a small shipyard in Multnomah County. I'm an Oregon native. Actually, I believe the only one in the ship repair business in this area. And I want to thank the OTC, ODOT, and all others involved in the process of doing Connect Oregon. And I also appreciate Hyack and all other applicants that have been involved in the process. There was a statement made recently that we were crying foul in regards to Hyack application. This is not the case. In my opinion, the process has not vetted the 181-page application in the best interest of the state. If we go to dinner, we check Yelp, we see if the food's good. People do their homework on how they want to spend their money. In this day and age, we're told to listen, but verify. I don't see that how that has happened in this process. And I don't see how it should be any different than all of us spend our own money. This is the largest Connect Oregon grant that I'm aware of. And no one has asked the family-owned shipyards in the area how it will impact jobs. It makes no sense to take a job from one Oregon family and move it to another community and call it good for Oregon. Or worse yet, bring in contract labor from other parts of the country because the workers just don't exist in the area. We hire and train young people to bring into our workforce. So we're creating a workforce because it's very limited. So I respectfully request that the HIAC application receives much further review or gets postponed to the next funding cycle so that there's enough time to vet the true impacts on Oregon jobs. Thank you, and I appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Kurt. Next, we will hear from Carla Schoen with Riverside Equipment.
Hello. I don't know if you can see my video or not, but I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you. We'll see if we can see your video.
It doesn't matter, but I
Nope.
noticed that the other people weren't coming up either. My name is Carla Schoen. I was born and raised in Oregon, and I started working in a rural setting at 13 years old, and I have paid taxes for over 50 years to the state of Oregon. I've been 30 years in this industry. It's definitely an industry, and I'm sorry, before I continue, I am speaking in regard to the large grant that is going to the one shipyard down in Astoria, HIAC Marine. But this has been a male-dominated industry, and most of the men that are in this industry are hardworking, blue collar, and started with a small amount of money and built their business over years and years. I mean, I can name many men that are in their 70s now that started with nothing. And to me, that's the way this industry is supposed to be. It's a hard knock industry, and we need to understand that putting someone in the business that, they're already well-heeled and pretty much born with a silver spoon in their mouth really goes against what this industry is. The company that I have worked for these 30 years, it has been my job as CFO to help with capital investments. And most of our investments have been made by buying distressed equipment and spending a lot of time and a lot of money to bring the equipment up to the standards that we need in the industry. And in all the years that we have been in the business, we've got one major grant. And that grant wasn't for 46 million, it was for 1.2 to a business that had been going for 30 some years to invest in a much needed crawler crane. And we had to put up 40% of that money. And it's just a huge capital investment in this business. And it does not seem right to me that this amount, this 46 million, is being given to one. I'm sorry, it's not 46 million. The dollar amount that's being given to HIAC is enough to just put them in business without any personal investments or time or experience. And we went to get our grant through the National Maritime Administration shipyard grants. We apply year after year, and the money is spread fairly equally between the shipyards, but they give the money to experienced shipyards and shipyards they believe are going to stay in business and know what they're doing and are already providing a large amount of employment in the area. Another point is that we have looked at expansion over the last couple of years because we have a good formula to do the work that we do. But the cost of real estate in the real world, especially waterfront real estate, if you can even find it in Oregon, and then the cost of the infrastructure is unreachable for most people. So in closing, I'd like to say that the mobile lift grant that's being considered for HIAC appears to me to be fatally flawed, because what's happening is that a competitor is going to be put into the business and they don't have the experience, they don't have the trained employees, and they certainly aren't making any personal investment. And it's unfairly going to take a huge chunk out of the market share for the existing shipyards that have really put, you know, their heart and soul and their life into this industry for as long as we have. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope you will reconsider granting a huge sum of money to someone that is doesn't even have any experience or presence in the current industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Thank you for coming and talking to us. Next is Dee Birch. Dee?
Mr. Chair, I think Steve may have been kicked out of Zoom, so we'll let you know when they return. Our next commenter would be Bob.
Okay, Bob Dorn is next on the list with HIAC Tongue Point. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Bob, we can hear you.
Okay, I would just simply like to say thanks to the OTC and the ODOT staff for considering our grant application that we applied to in October 2021. If you have any questions of me that you would like me to address, I can do that now or at any other time. Thank you very much for allowing us to participate in the process and for your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Are there any questions from the commission to Bob at this point?
Sure. This is Commissioner Smith.
Commissioner Smith.
Bob, do you have any response to any of the other comments that we've heard this morning for us to consider?
We've done an economic impact study by an independent third party, Colpack, well regarded. And what we see is a crisis in the maritime community. There's not enough shipyards. We applaud, we support JT Marine. We applaud, we support DMI. I've built vessels at both facilities I want them to succeed. What we don't have in this industry is enough capacity with increased subchapter M requirements. We are looking to improve the transportation system in Oregon, make Oregon the mecca for increased shipyard capacity. There's such a need for shipyards. 16 have gone away in the last 15 years in the Northwest. Every tugboat operator on the Columbia River sent a letter approving the need for increased capacity. Our travel lift will be larger than the ones that are at JT, at Tidewater Vancouver, and at DMI. We see this as an opportunity for the state to invest in creating a bunch of jobs, a large amount of jobs, create the tax base necessary to pay back this Connect Fund. We will repay the Connect Fund with taxes created in payroll. We will also continue to collaborate with JT, DMI, Tidewater, and all the other river participants. My tenant here is WCT. They have followed, purchased J&H Boatworks, which has been in Astoria building vessels since 1977. WCT has participated in building 5 vessels for me on the Columbia River. We want to continue doing that here. WCT is never talked about. We're the owner of the land here to support a shipyard that's critical to the region. We have a parcel of land here that is not equaled anywhere on the West Coast of the United States. There'll never be another large shipyard on the West Coast of the United States. There's no land available for that. We have it here, and we want to enhance that, not only for our marine operations. We want to build more vessels on the Columbia River. We'll do it here because we have the footprint to do it. And the state to invest in this is such a good investment. I assure every other operator of a shipyard on the Columbia River that we'll support them. There's more work than we can handle. There may need to be another travel lift project in the Columbia River in the future. We'll support that. We'll support anything that can enhance the maritime repairability, shipbuilding process here. So I hope that answers your question, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Any other questions from the commission? Okay, thank you for your statement and your response to our question, Bob.
Thanks, sir.
So we'll move on now to, well, first let me ask Pat Cox or Dee Birch?
Dee Birch is going to select
Okay, let's go to Dee. Dee Birch, who's president of Advanced American Construction. Dee?
How'd that go? How do you feel about it?
Personal.
I want to help them.
You said that one.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Dee Birch. I'm president of Advanced American Construction. I have experience in the marine industry since 1978 when I graduated from Oregon State in the Western U.S. I've participated in the Connect Oregon process and have a tremendous amount of respect for the process and the purpose. Served as the represented Region 1 at the final review committee in 2008, 10, and 12. I respectfully request that you reject Hayek Tongue Point's application for a $13.9 million Connect Oregon grant. And there's you heard a lot of reasons why, and I could go into a lot of detail, but in 2 minutes, I can't really do that. But I really don't think you have a choice but to reject this, because Connect Oregon requires a 30% matching contribution from the applicant. And
Should do that. They have
So Dee, we've lost you. Are you on mute or has something happened here?
Somehow Bob keeps popping on.
hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I really don't think you have a choice but to reject this application because it does not meet the requirement of a 30% match by the applicant. The applicant has previously received grants of $7 million from the ARPA through the state of Oregon and $350,000 from the governor's strategic reserve. If you take the $13.9 million that he's requesting and you fund it, he actually will receive $21,650,000 in state of Oregon funds, and he will have $1,563,000 left over that is not even shown as needed to complete the project. So the state of Oregon is funding over 100% of this project, which is completely in violation of the statute and the Connect Oregon standard. There are lots of issues with this. I couldn't disagree more with virtually everything that Mr. Dorn said about the need for an operation, another shipyard. There are a lot of shipyards that have changed hands over the years, and virtually none of those properties have been converted into other uses. They're all there, and in the majority of them have been converted into other ownership and continue to operate as a shipyard or in the process of operating as a shipyard. I really think this would be a travesty to grant this, and I think it's completely in violation of the Connect Oregon statutory requirements of a 30% match. The idea that you could take one grant and use that as your applicant's matching funds is completely it just makes absolutely no sense. And I urge you to reject this. And I have a lot more to say, but in 2 minutes, I think I'm pretty much there. I appreciate your time and your service on the commission. Please don't destroy the Connect Oregon process by granting these funds to two wealthy developers who have 0 employees in the state and 100% funding their project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Pat Cox, is he on or she? No. Okay. So we are going to move to Michael Harrison, who is, the comments so far have been about agenda item F. This is a comment about agenda item E. Mr. Harrison.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Michael Harrison, and I'm speaking on behalf of Portland's bicycling demographic. The cost of cars has been steadily increasing over the past few years. At the same time, the e-bike industry is growing. This means we will only have more bicycles than e-bikes on our streets and fewer cars. Portland has a substantial bicycle culture, and we can benefit from greatly expanded bicycle infrastructure. I do not have a car myself. I use my bikes to get around everywhere in the Portland area, as do thousands of other Portlanders. We will have to start accommodating bicycles and e-bikes just as much as we do with cars and vehicles. Specifically, I would like to mention a true bicycle skyway system, which is continuous and elevated above ground level for several miles. IIJA flexible funds should be used for a bicycle skyway system, which separates the bicycle traffic from the car traffic. Other cities are already designing and proposing their own bicycle skyway systems, like Miami, Florida. More information can be found at planzmiami.com. The bicycle infrastructure here in Portland, with its greenways and sharrows, while it's nice, still leaves a lot to be desired. to ride most of the time. We are prone to car accidents. There is a strong environmental aspect to this. We have to ask ourselves, how long will the gasoline last? I know that sounds funny. We cannot keep using gasoline for most of our transportation needs. I'm currently promoting a bicycle skyway system for Portland. My website is bikeskyway.org. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate your comments. So we will now move to Sid Friedman with Friends of Yamhill County.
Good morning. My name is Sid Friedman with Friends of Yamhill County. We are concerned about the impacts of pending land use actions in McMinnville on Highway 18, which was intended to be and functions as the bypass around McMinnville. This portion is classified as an expressway. The first land use action is an area plan that is before the City Council. Among other components, the text calls for a 40 to 60 acre regional retail shopping center at a signalized intersection. But the traffic modeling was based on only 33 acres. Meanwhile, 3 zone change applications are separately pending to rezone nearly double this amount, 62 net acres after right-of-way for the shopping center. The plan also calls for a new traffic signal or a roundabout east of the 2 existing ones. While the traffic modeling for the area plan shows the highway meeting mobility targets, the finer grain modeling for the shopping center zone changes shows these thresholds will be exceeded within 15 years. We just spent millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars on the Newburgh-Dundee bypass. It makes no sense to now clog up the same highway corridor by allowing shopping center access on the bypass around McMinnville. It also isn't clear to me why the state or other residents should subsidize a private shopping center's traffic impacts. This state highway belongs to the people of Oregon, not the local jurisdiction or to private developers. One need look no further than Bend and Seaside for examples of the costly consequences that result when regional retail magnates are allowed to locate on bypass routes. Bend needed to build a second bypass after the first was compromised. Neither the local jurisdictions nor ODOT adequately protected these facilities. I bring this to your attention, hoping you can encourage your staff to vigorously protect the highway's function so we don't repeat past mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Pat Cox, is Pat on?
Good morning.
Pat, we can hear you.
Excellent. I'm very sorry. I'm experiencing technical difficulties this morning. My name is Pat Cox. I'm the port manager and the mayor of Port Orford. We are on the recommended funding list for our crane replacement, and I just wanted to tell you how much we appreciate the thorough process and how much of an impact this will have on our community. So we're hopeful that the list presented to you will be accepted because, well, for our project and all the other ones, costs are rising and it's getting harder and harder to get what we need for these projects. So like I say, thank you for the time and the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We appreciate your comments. Sabrina, anyone else? Okay, then that will conclude the public comment. And we will move to the director's report. Director Strickler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, for the record, Chris Strickler, Director of the Oregon Department of Transportation. I have just a few items for the director's report this morning, and then move into the consent agenda item at your discretion once I complete the report. So I want to start with 2 environmental awards that we received from Federal Highway Administration. Oftentimes, we spend a significant amount of the conversation talking about the roadside or the multimodal aspects, and sometimes these items don't rise to the forefront. So we wanted to take a moment and really recognize the great work in Region 4 and Region 5 for 2 Environmental Excellence Awards. So the first is the Region 4 work in the mitigation site of Oregon 140. We received a award for exemplary achievement in the wetlands, watersheds, and water quality category, which recognizes the project's transformation of about 45 acres of the shores of Klamath Lake. It was a degraded, contaminated landscape, and it has been transformed into a complex of wetlands, channels, and open water, as well as the creation of a half-acre engineered pond that will serve as an experimental nursery for critically endangered fish. This is a significant improvement and helps to reintroduce 2 endangered fish species that are a cultural pillar for the Klamath tribe. So a great project, 45 acres of restoration, and work that went above and beyond the typical work, and I want to congratulate Region 4 for that effort. In Region 5, the Oregon 244 Whiskey Creek project received an Environmental Excellence Award in the category of roadside resource management and maintenance. It provided and opened up 16 miles of habitat. So with much of our system, we have areas on the system that our culverts have constrained habitat expansion and traditional habitat routes. And this project was one that allowed the opening up of that habitat, like I said, 16 miles, and avoiding disrupting of adjacent archaeological sites in the process. Significant improvement for Region 5, and my congratulations to the team for that work. The last 2 items that I wanted to recognize is I had the benefit in the middle of April to travel around the state and go through Region 4, specifically Region 3, and stop and visit and provide some conversation with the staff, as well as a recognition for work zone safety awareness. I need not remind you, we've experienced some pretty significant impacts within our staff as well as our contract crews. And the work that our teams do is extremely dangerous. I'm really proud of the team. I'm proud of the work that they do, but that recognition, I think, goes a long way and acknowledges the importance of the work that they are doing. We heard one of our incident our incident responders describe his event as he oftentimes finds himself on the side of the road. Gravel and things like that are coming off of vehicles and tires going 60 miles an hour, and it's like getting hit with a fastball as that gravel comes up and hits him in the leg or hits him in the chest, that kind of thing. And yet they show up for work every day for years and continue to do that work. So I wanted to raise that again, even though the Work Zone Awareness Week was in the middle of April. It's an important topic for us and one that we keep on our mind. And as we enter into Safety Break and Safety for Life, which is the entire month of May, recognizing the importance of conducting our work safely in general. Our maintenance employees, as well as our employees across the entire agency, really do put themselves out there in circumstances and in settings that most people don't have to deal with in their day-to-day life. And they do that not only willingly, but they do it as a labor of love. But it's no less dangerous, even though they really enjoy their job and are providing that service to Oregonians. So I wanted to take that moment to recognize. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, that is my report. And unless there are any questions, happy to move into the consent items.
So before we do, I just want to echo, and I'm sure all the members of the commission feel the same way, all of the efforts that have been made during the COVID, fire, ice storm, et cetera, that we've been enduring over the last 2 years, and the work that's been done during that time by the agency, and including taking on the wildfire cleanup effort, which was really not on our dance card 3 years ago. But got put on our card by the legislature, and we were happy to take it on. I just want to compliment the entire agency for its efforts in all of the ways you've mentioned, as well as all of the ways I've mentioned, and all of the other work that's been done since we were last in person. We've said this before in other meetings, but I think now that we're together again, it bears recognizing this has been a challenging period, and the work that's been done has been exceptional. And I do want to compliment the environmental awards, which were both east of the Cascades. It was good to hear that. And I know that Commissioner Smith in particular was glad to hear that, but all of us were. So well done on all fronts. So I think unless there are any other comments, Commissioner Smith?
Of course, I had to say something. So I just wanted to echo the congratulations to Region 4 and Region 5. Of course, that's the region that those regions are the ones I represent, and they do a terrific job. And just want to give them a special thank you.
Thank you very much. They do a terrific job. These are amazing projects.
So I think we're ready for the consent.
Okay. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, there are 9 items on the consent calendar. If there are no requests to pull any of those forward, I'd ask the commission to entertain a motion to approve all items 1 through 9 in block.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Commissioner Burke has moved approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion on the item? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. So we will move on to our next item for a decision. This is related to the agency's 2023-2025 budget request, the agency request budget, or ARB. And we have various luminaries here. I'll turn to Assistant Director Brower to MC this portion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. For the record, I am Travis Brower, ODOT's Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance, and I will be your MC today. Today we're going to be asking you for approval of the policy option packages that are added to ODOT's base current service level budget and the basic agency request budget framework.
It's not on fire, so let's keep going.
All right. This is the fun time we have getting together for the first time in person.
Does it show?
Wow.
It doesn't seem to show. No.
We'll figure it out eventually, but it's great to be the first actual presentation agenda.
How is
item
this secured?
in front of you
Relatively
today.
well?
Hopefully we'll get out of here without either any COVID infections or any injuries to
Cranial-
staff. A little bit of equipment damage is okay, but that's quite all right. So in any case, we are here to ask you for approval of the policy option packages that modify our agency request budget. Many of these are tied into the legislative concepts that you approved in March, and we previewed these policy option packages, or POPs, with you at that meeting as well. As you'll see as we talk through this, many of these also flow from the strategic action plan, and so they will be very familiar to you as to what we are trying to accomplish in terms of the agency's priorities and goals. Today we're going to start out with Don Farr, our budget manager, walking you through the mechanics of the budget as we operate under a statewide enterprise budget system that is fairly rigid in many ways. Daniel Porter is going to discuss the challenges we have in our transportation funding for maintenance and agency operations, and then I'll walk you briefly through the POPs and then ask you for your approval of those and the agency request budget framework. So I will turn it over, oh no, actually, one more slide. Next slide, please. It's important to note that back one. It's important to note that the OTC has very important roles in the budget process. First off, as we know, a budget is one of the ultimate expressions of an agency's priorities. And you'll see that today as you see how these all flow from the strategic action plan. So you have set those priorities for the agency that we are then working to actuate and operationalize in the budget. It's also important to note that the work you've done in the STIP and the approval of the IIJA funding that you have done is factored into the budget or built into the budget. So you've already made many of the decisions that go into the budget. And then you have provided input on proposed investments. So today is really the last stage of that. You've already taken all of those actions by approving the SAP, approving the STIP and other funding. And today is then your opportunity to provide feedback and approve the policy option packages that we'll be bringing forward.
Okay, for the record, I'm Dawn Farr, ODOT's Legislative Budget Manager. You could, already there. So what I'm going to do is just give you a little bit of context, as Travis said, on the mechanics or the framework that we're operating under. So we talked about this in March, so I won't repeat what I said in March, but I just wanted to kind of bring to the forefront the fact that we do have a number of steps.
Dawn, can I just interrupt you for 1 second? We do have these slides up over here if you guys want to come over and look at them, or at any point in time.
I previewed them. So.
I'm sure, but, all right, yeah, okay. Yolanda's going to get another screen going. Sorry, Dawn, continue.
Oh, no problem. So to continue then, we have a number of steps that we follow in our budget development process, and all of that is really governed by guidance from the Enterprise Department of Administrative Services. So the biggest discretionary part of our budget is the policy option packages, which you'll be reviewing and approving today. So next slide, please. That said, when you see our budget at the end of the day, there's going to be a number of adjustments. I mentioned last time we start not at zero-based budgeting in the state. We start at our previously approved, legislatively approved budget. So right now that sits at 5.2 billion total funds and 4,860 positions, FTE being a subcomponent of those positions, correct? So normally we'd say, okay, that's the starting point. Well, this is kind of an unusual budget cycle because we have the opportunity to further amend our legislatively approved budget, which we will be doing in June, we hope, because we're putting forward a fairly significant e-board request, emergency board request, for the legislature to approve our kind of a mini policy option package for IIJA, so the Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act. So we're looking at 76 additional positions, 72 of them would be permanent, about $8 million in personal services, and about $500 million or $500 million in project and program limitation to execute the decisions you've made around IIJA. So just wanted you to know that LAB number is still evolving as we move forward with our 23-25 budget build. The other thing that's really different this budget cycle that's important to note is we've had a number of structural changes. So we consolidated, as an example, the rail division within public transportation and within commerce and compliance division. So we don't have a bucket anymore that's independent and distinct for the rail division. So we've cleaned up a lot of those mechanical issues in the budget and made sure that it aligned with our current organizational structure. Through that process, we also did some efficiencies. We had the Legislative Fiscal Office say, can you make your budget more simple? You have too many buckets. Can you make fewer buckets? And we said, well, sure, happy to do that. So we've made some adjustments again under the oversight and with approval from both DAS, Department of Administrative Services Chief Financial Office, and the Legislative Fiscal Office. So with those changes, we're kind of moving through the rhythm of budget development. We're going to phase out some one-time monies we got for COVID and some general fund. We're going to adjust things for inflation. We're going to continue to adjust for any further LAB, legislatively approved adjustments. We're going to consider revenues, and Daniel's going to talk in a minute about what's our revenue picture, particularly in the area that we're tracking very closely, which is maintenance and operations. And so what we need to decide today is what gets included for investments, which are those policy option packages. There is one odd policy option package, like they're all alike except for one, which is the very last one, which is a policy-only POP. And Travis will walk you a little bit through what that is and why we have that as a different POP on the list. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Daniel to talk about the revenue picture.
Unless anybody has any questions for Dawn.
Questions? Okay.
Great. Well, good morning. Nice to be here in person. For the record, Daniel Porter, Finance and Budget for the ODOT. And as Dawn alluded to, I'm going to walk you through a little bit through the revenues, an update on where we are, and then how the POPs sort of impact our cash flow. So, Commissioner Smith, you're going to have to visualize this.
I read it before we came.
Okay.
I didn't memorize it, but I know what it says.
So I think I'll start with this. What this chart showing you is essentially what the red line is our expenditures or our costs, and then the green line is our revenues, and then the dashed blue line is what I showed you, like last time we were here, maybe 6 months ago or so. And so it's our prior state highway fund revenues. Since last time we were here, we have a new revenue forecast that came out last month in April, and we also baked in the adjustment from 75% reimbursement on the wildfire cost to 90% by FEMA. So all told, there's offsets. And what it looks like is there's not that big of a difference in terms of the impact on revenues, which is true. But what the reality is that's, again, offsets. You've got DMV forecast is up, CCD forecast is up, motor fuels is down significantly. And that's probably not surprising to you given how much gas prices have increased in the last few months. So that pulled back that forecast. But with the increase, FEMA reimbursement, which is about $33 million that we spread over a few years, it's a lot of that's pretty balanced, balancing itself out to where it's not a real big impact. But what you can see is whereas 21, 22, the costs were higher than revenues. That's all those ER events. That's the wildfires and the other events that happened that pushed our overall state highway fund expenditures up. And again, we're just talking about state highway funds here. We're not talking about total revenues. But then as we look into 23, 24, it's flips, right? Revenues are greater than expenditures are expected to be, assuming no drastic ER events, which so far have not happened. This winter was pretty good. And we have now re-baselined, and if their expectation is that we will spend more on average each year on sort of ER maintenance than we have in the past. So we've now baked that into our forecast. And so, but yeah, so revenues are greater than expenditures. But then when we get into 25 and beyond, it's where you fully account for the costs associated with House of 2017 construction programs from the state highway fund side. And then inflation starts really eating into our overall costs. And so that gap, there's a gap, and then that gap gets bigger. And then what you can see on the revenue side is that it's basically flat, and not the forecast. And that is really a function of slow growth in populations, or expected slow growth in and just in migration and overall services that people use that pay the taxes that generate our revenue base. What isn't in there is anything really dramatic that would be associated with a reduction in fuel sales from climate programs. So Director Whitman is going to talk to you guys this afternoon about the impact of the DEQ's climate program this is going to have on a reduction in fuel sales and what that could mean for ODOT's revenues. We actually have built into our fuels forecast an impact of a pretty significant increase in price associated with this climate protection program, which was passed by the EQC last December. But it doesn't lead us to a big dramatic decline in sales. And I think there's some work here to connect what DEQ is doing versus what we're doing. But for now, we're looking at a forecast that shows a minimal decline in fuel sales because really we're not all that sensitive to the price of fuel. As you can see that our fuel sales have not dropped dramatically, VMT hasn't dropped dramatically with the increase in the prices that we've seen. That's because the nature of fuel is not, we don't buy gas to buy gas, we buy gas to get somewhere, to do something. So it's going to take electrification and some other things to change that behavior in such a way that moves us away from using fossil fuels. And realistically, we don't look at that as happening anytime in the very near future, which is what we're talking about here. So our forecasts, again, are 10-year forecasts, and they show an impact. If we increase the price of fuel and that has an impact on fuel sales, and the overall fuel forecast is considerably lower than our last forecast. But yeah, it's not to the tune of, 40, 50% declines that you'll be hearing about this afternoon. So there's some imbalance there. So I just want to kind of set that up for you.
So that's in the aggregate? That's what you're talking about, not per capita?
Right.
Okay. Do you know what it is per capita? What's the trend line on per capita?
I would assume it would be even lower.
Yeah, me too.
So if you go to the next slide, it'll kind of give you the overall impact in terms of what that means for our cash position. So before you last time, we were looking at 2026 as being positive in terms of state highway fund cash, and then hitting into a negative territory in 2027. With the actions of the revenue changes, and then if we add in our policy option packages, that's going to basically push that up a year into 2025. So absent no other actions that we can take to sort of push this the other direction, the POPs themselves is about $27 million a year in extra state highway fund costs, and about half of that's match for IIJA. So that's kind of the POP impact, and again, the result is it sort of pushes us a year ahead in terms of when we run out of funds. But there are actions that we have taken, and there are actions that we can still take, both in terms of cutting costs and shifting the costs from state highway fund to, say, federal funds. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Brower, who's going to talk to you about those.
Thank you, Daniel. So next slide, please. Just as some context, when we first came to you to talk about this challenge 2 years ago, we started a very robust process of looking at how we could do everything we could within our power to solve this challenge for as long as possible. We are well into that process now, and we have already taken about $500 million out of that deficit. Just through some of the actions that we have taken. That includes doing a 6% reduction in state highway fund operations and maintenance expenses. As you can imagine, that has already started to impact some of the elements of the system, particularly maintenance and DMV, and yet it was necessary to start bending that curve downward. We also have done a lot that has shifted our costs from state to federal dollars or other sources. And we'll continue to look for those opportunities. We've also made some modifications to our fund exchange program with local governments, where we give them state dollars and keep the federal dollars that are otherwise suballocated to them. And the reality is we're going to have to do more because we, as the last chart showed, literally do not have state dollars to exchange with local governments in the not too distant future. So we have pushed out the date of insolvency by a couple of years, and then Daniel comes to us with bad news showing the latest forecast, bringing that date up a bit. We, however, are going to take some additional actions that we will bring to you later in the year. In the strategic action plan, implementing actions that we shared with you back in January, we added a item about using the IIJA and the additional federal funding that we have received to try to offset some of these shortfalls in O&M spending. So as Daniel noted, there were additional costs for match, additional costs for staffing associated with the IIJA that comes out of our operations and maintenance funding. You found some ways to offset that in the funding allocation that you approved at the end of March by putting $40 million that will be used to federalize some of our operations and maintenance functions. We are going to go look for some additional opportunities to do that. We have identified a number of those, and we'll be back in July, most likely with a plan that you can review and provide some feedback on that would allow us to do some additional actions there. I will tell you, though, that is essentially the end of the line for the things that we can do under the hood to move funding around in a way that reduces this funding shortfall. After that, the options really are deep service cuts, or going to the legislature and asking for additional revenue for operations and maintenance. So we are working on framing this issue up and starting that legislative conversation as we will rapidly exhaust the opportunities for taking actions internally within the agency that can shore up our operations and maintenance funding. So it will be time to have that conversation about the trade-offs between either additional revenue or additional cuts to the state highway fund functions.
And what would the approximate or range be on that request if we went to the legislature?
Well, if you look back at the slide that Mr. Porter showed, by 2029, we have a shortfall of approximately $230 million on an annual basis. And so that is a not insignificant shortfall that would need to be closed. We can do some of that with some additional internal actions of more federalization and fund shifting, but there will still be a significant gap. So that just gives you a sense, it is a large and growing challenge. The fundamental challenge is, just as with family budgets these days, costs are going up rapidly. And yet our revenue stream, because of the way gas taxes and DMV fees and whatnot do not rise with inflation, we are seeing really flat or even in the long run declining revenue. If you were to take this chart that Mr. Porter put together and apply inflation adjustment to it, you'd see that it would be, our revenue streams would actually be declining rapidly on a inflation adjusted real basis. And if you added per capita to it, you would see that it is declining even more rapidly.
Right.
So, quick question, Travis. Other than obviously looking at ways to generate more revenue for the agency, are there more efficiencies the agency could be looking into, obviously, to minimize costs and get more efficient with the resources that we do have?
Mr. Vice Chair, absolutely. And I would point out the things that our DMV has done in recent years with a new computer system that has allowed us to serve customers online rather than making them go inline. Last year, we served, I think it was 120,000 people who were able to renew their driver's license online rather than having to go into a DMV field office. And so much more convenient for them, much more efficient for us. We will continue to look for those efficiencies, but I will tell you there's some limits. When you talk about a winter storm, we've invested in the latest plow technology, but you still need somebody driving those plows. And so it really comes down to staffing. And then in the world of maintenance too, we're seeing just as vehicles are going up, all of our costs for the equipment that we have are going up, and fuel prices are another major input to maintenance. So there are some limits to what we can do in terms of efficiency, but absolutely, we will be essentially forcing that conversation by most likely taking some additional reductions in our budget going forward that will force people to become more efficient or look at things they simply won't be able to do in the future. Look at a function that may be a little bit marginal and say, in the future, we are not going to be doing that thing. It's a very difficult conversation, as you can imagine, because we do everything we do for a good reason.
Yeah.
All right, so after those fun thoughts about the budgetary challenges we have, why don't I walk through briefly the policy option packages that we are putting forward to you. As I noted earlier, these do flow to a significant extent from the strategic action plan, so you'll recognize them. The first that we have is the interstate bridge replacement. This is our biggest pop at $1.6 million. That is including some additional staffing that Mr. Johnson and Mr. Mabee need in order to deliver that project as it moves into the right-of-way and construction phase. But it also includes ODOT's share of the overall construction project cost, which is expected at about $1 billion to match the $1 billion that Washington has put in. So we are working on a legislative concept that you approved last month that will look at the options for providing that funding. This is one where we're hopeful that the legislature will move forward with this. If they do not, we will still ask them to approve the staffing for the interstate bridge so that it can continue moving through the process. Similarly, we are asking for 49 positions for our comprehensive urban mobility strategy. This one does not include the funding that you approve for I-205 or for the Rose Quarter. This is just for staffing, and this is both for the project delivery functions as well as for standing up the tolling program, as we still have a minimal staff right now that is supplemented by consultants. But as we move to actually operating a toll system, we will need people helping to run that back office. It will be largely outsourced to private sector contractors, as they are extremely skilled at doing this, but Lucinda and her team will need to staff up as well. Next slide, please. Flowing out of the SAP sufficient reliable funding are two additional pops. One is to move forward on large-scale road usage charging and to build out our Origo program office staff to be able to deliver a mandatory road usage charging program if and only if the legislature approves that legislative concept that you approved in March that is being informed by the work of the Road User Fee Task Force, which Commissioner Brown chairs. So that will be a request that will be contingent on approval of that legislative concept, as we don't need the additional staff if the legislature does not approve moving toward a road usage charge.
When are we going to get like a more detailed update on Origo? Like,
We would love to provide that, Mr. Vice Chair, so we can do that at an upcoming meeting, perhaps as we work through that process, and particularly at a meeting where Julie can
Great.
inform that. The second is the DMV customer experience, which is related to collecting a significant portion of the revenue for the system. In recent years, the DMV has seen a surge of customers, both as the population grows and as we've had new things like HB 2015 driver licenses for all and now Real ID. The legislature has provided some additional limited duration positions that are going to expire next year. And when they do so, if we do not have additional permanent staffing, we will see very significant impacts to our customer service opportunities. We're already facing some challenges due to the pandemic, but we know we're going to need some additional permanent staffing just to meet the additional transaction volume that we're seeing across the state as we continue to grow, as their customer service permanent staffing has essentially been flat for about 2 decades now. This is also tied to a legislative concept around DMV fees. I believe the last time most of our DMV driver fees was increased was 10 to 15 years ago, if not more. And so over time, the purchasing power of those fees has gone down significantly. And essentially, we can no longer afford, we lose money on every customer that comes through the door and need to update some of those. If the legislature approves that, then we could afford hiring additional DMV permanent staff. If not, we're going to have some very difficult conversations about how DMV will be able to serve customers effectively that will include looking at service reductions and possibly office closures or other drastic measures. So know that those are all on the table as we move forward. Next slide, please. Ms. Farr already noted that with the IIJA, there are significant additional needs for delivering projects, for standing up new programs like the EV charging program or the carbon reduction program or the Protect program for resilience. So we need to hire staff that will actually be out on the grade delivering projects, as well as staff who will be managing these programs, as well as that back office staff. You know, you need additional people in procurement to manage contracts. You need additional people in HR to manage additional workforce. So we have put forward to the June emergency board a request for 76 positions because we can't really wait until the middle of next year to start staffing up for the IIJA. At that point, by the time we would get people hired, if we waited till next year, we would be essentially 2 years into these programs and lagging behind significantly in things like EV charging or the carbon reduction program or delivering those projects. So we are asking for 76 positions today and 43 positions from the 2023 legislature as a ramp up there. This is fairly consistent. I think it's actually a little bit smaller than the staffing levels that we requested for HB 2017. And so there may be a need to go back and true up with one additional request in 2022 or 2023 as we look at that volume. And hopefully we're getting a lot of federal grant money and thus we'll need to even hire some more folks in order to deliver all those projects and programs. Next slide, please. There's one very small pop, one position that is tied to the legislative concept on trying to increase dollars to BIPOC and women-owned businesses that you, again, approved back in March. So that would bring us an additional staffer in order to actually run that program effectively. Next slide, please. And then we have two that are really related to disaster preparedness and recovery. We have a policy option package for a capital investment in our maintenance stations in the South Coast. While you can approve items in the STIP, the legislature actually has to approve all of our facility construction and improvement projects. So this is one that would complete the funding needed to consolidate a number of maintenance stations into our first seismic-ready facility on the South Coast, and actually replace those obsolete facilities with a new modern facility that will work much better. This, I should note, is one of the examples of looking to find ways to not hit our O&M budget. This is actually going to be funded out of the HB 2017 seismic funds, given the purpose of this facility. And then we also need to put forward a placeholder to be able to receive and expend and match the federal FEMA dollars that are coming in for wildfire reimbursement. Admittedly, all this work is going to be done before next biennium, or so we hope, and yet we need to have the budget in order to match and spend that money. The last one that Dawn mentioned is really related to, it's a non-monetary, non-position pop, but the legislature requires us to go to them for approval to apply for every single federal grant. This e-board, we have 8 grants going in front of the legislature. Frankly, they're getting sick of seeing us, and it is a lot of work for the legislature and for ODOT to process all those. So we are putting forward a proposal that would set some criteria for when ODOT can simply notify the commission about a federal grant, notify the legislature, and then move forward to apply. And that will then allow us a very streamlined process to move forward with those, and ideally allow us the opportunity to bring in as much federal money as possible in a very streamlined way. Next slide, please. So today, we are asking you to consider and approve these policy option packages so that we can complete the current service level budget. At the end of June, we have to submit the agency request budget to the Chief Financial Officer at the Department of Administrative Services. And then we provide the final narrative in August after working on any of these numbers that need to be updated a little bit through the audit process. At that point, you are really the first step in the process of providing that check. Under statute, you're required to approve the agency request budget, but ultimately it will be up to the governor's office and the CFO to determine what goes to the legislature, and then obviously up to the legislature as to what is incorporated into our final budget. So you are really the first step on that process after the internal agency review, but an important step in that process. So with that, we will wrap up and be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for the panel?
I had a quick one. I just wanted to clarify that are the costs solely dedicated for staff? I mean, I know one here specifically is identifying a facility for 38 million, but I'm just curious whether or not, or if there are other ancillary costs tied to that, to those numbers.
Vice Chair Simpson, it depends on the policy option package. So for the example, the interstate bridge is primarily, $1 billion for the actual construction cost of that project. The maintenance station is for the actual construction of that. Most of the other costs identified here are for the staffing and associated costs of each of those policy option packages. I should note that wherever possible, we are charging against federal funds or other dedicated funds to minimize the impact on our operations and maintenance funds that are in such short supply.
Great. I mean, I know that to clarify IBR, obviously, we're not spending $1 billion for 5 people, but I just wanted to make sure, I mean, that these are clear because it could be a little confusing from the public standpoint.
Yeah, good point. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Other questions or comments? Can we do this in a single motion?
You certainly can. And the language that you could use is at the beginning of the letter to approve the policy option packages for inclusion in the agency request budget.
Do I hear such a motion?
I'd move approval of the Oregon Department of Transportation's proposed policy option packages for inclusion in the agency request budget.
It's been moved.
Second.
Second by the Vice Chair. Discussion?
I just wanted to say thank you for thinking ahead and trying to put together the best way to approach the legislature and educate them on the maintenance and operation needs, because I know that for Region 4 and 5, that is critical, and it's feeling more and more dire. So I think it's important that we start that process. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's for many reasons, including all those the Commissioner just mentioned, it's important to continually explain to the public and to the legislature the sources of funds, limitations on the funds, the need to be creative in how we use the funds, how we exchange one type of fund for another fund, funding source or type of money. And so it's complicated, and there are lots of colors of money involved here with lots of restrictions. And I was talking to Assistant Director Baker yesterday, and she was noting that there's likely to be some fairly significant turnover in the legislature. Obviously, we'll have a new governor, so we can't have the assumption that because we did a briefing 2 years ago that the audience has changed. It's the same. The audience is constantly moving, and so we have to be reiterating or re-educating or educating kind of in the first instance in order to get people to understand. And I know that's something you're all very conscious of, and that's critical, as well as the foresight that Commissioner Smith mentioned to get out ahead of the problem. Also realizing that we're not talking to the same decision makers in any given period, so we have to make sure the new members of the legislature understand it, and new members of the public who have moved here understand it. So thank you for doing that. Any other comments or discussion before we vote? Okay. Motion to approve the policy option packages as presented has been made by Commissioner Smith, seconded by the Vice Chair. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thanks very much.
Thank you.
So we are at a break point. Well, we're at a point where we're taking a break. So let's reconvene at 10:45. Okay. We're going to reconvene and take up item E, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Again, Assistant Director Brower and also Director Mack Lind. Welcome, gentlemen. So take us through these decision points.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. For the record, I'm Travis Brower, ODOT's Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. I will do my best not to knock over any equipment for this agenda item, but no guarantees. I will be the MC today, just giving a brief introduction, and we're going to kind of rotate through these two seats up here. So you'll see a rotating cast of characters. Next slide, please. This is approximately the 87th time we've been in front of you on the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or at least it feels like it, and it will not be the last. Today we have 3 items that we are requesting of you that flow from the previous conversations that we have. So first is approval of the bridge formula funding allocation that Mr. Lind will bring to you, as he brought you a preview back in March and decided to have a 2-meeting conversation to allow public comment on that proposal. Second, Ms. Criswell will come and give you the opportunity to provide, she'll give you the outline of the Innovative Mobility Program and the supplemental state funding we have identified for that, and then ask you for your input and direction on that important program. And then third, Mr. Flowers will come up and we will have a request to approve an amendment to the 21-24 STIP to add some initial funding for projects that are getting ready to go and that need to go into the STIP very quickly. Next slide, please. What you'll see, though, is that there are going to be additional steps in that STIP amendment process and additional work that is going to be done on the IIJA. So just next month, for example, we expect to bring you additional STIP amendments to add IIJA funds as part of our annual STIP update, where we true up the various STIP funds across the entirety of the STIP. So that will be most of the STIP amendments for the 21-24 STIP, but we will also be bringing you the 24-27 draft STIP in January for you to approve for public comment. And we will just incorporate the IIJA funds into the project selection we're doing now. And so those projects will be in that document when it comes in front of you in January. There is also going to be ongoing program development work that we brought to the commission on a regular basis. For example, we expect we will have some additional conversations with you about the carbon reduction program and around electric vehicles, particularly those 2 new programs in July. And then beyond that time frame, we would expect to be bringing you some additional programs for discussion or perhaps approval of outlines and things like that over time. But this is probably our last time where we're going to have an IIJA specific cluster of agenda items. Going forward, it'll be more mainstreamed into our work. So that's where I will stop, and I will turn it over to Mr. Lind and vacate my spot so that Ms. Criswell can join.
Exit stage right. Good morning, Commissioners, Chair Van Brocklin. Mac Lind, Administrator for Delivery and Operations Division. As Travis alluded to at the March 30th OTC meeting, gave a preview for this item, but wanted to bring this back in terms of a decision point today. So exciting point, first and foremost, is the numbers have grown. So initially we were planning for $268 million of special bridge appropriations funds. Through some FHWA number crunching, they've actually increased that allocation about $4 million per year, so another $20 million or so. So hey, that's encouraging, and always welcome the additional funds. We've been ongoing conversations with Oregon Association of Oregon Counties and League of Oregon Cities, our local agency partners that certainly manage a significant number of bridges across the state, as well as our ODOT bridge program, to figure out how best to allocate these funds. You may recall last time I talked a bit about our poor, fair, better conditions around bridges, the size of bridges across the state, that ODOT typically has more of the larger bridges. Just how do we approach this formula funding allocation given all those factors? And on this slide, you'll see we've approached it from kind of what carries the higher traffic volumes, those large bridges, our national highway system, those more prevalent routes across the state that are both on ODOT system as well as local agencies. And then, of course, our asset management strategy. How do we maintain the bridges in the best condition possible? So no significant change from what I presented last month, but just a grounding in terms of how we're approaching it with our local agency partners. Next slide, please. Here's how the numbers kind of line out. An important factor I spoke to last time is off-system bridges. This is a unique component of the legislation that requires 15% of the funds to be focused on those off-system bridges. That's a technical term, but think about it as off the national highway system. So a number of those bridges, almost all of them are on the local agency systems and might be a minor route, serving a development or serving a community. Some of those bridges serve just a few homes, for instance. So an important aspect, as all bridges are important to someone. So that's factored into our calculations and our formula. And then I spoke to earlier some of our other criteria we were using as we worked with our local agency partners. At the end of the day, our recommendation is we allocate the funds to give a significant larger increase than maybe historically we've approached this to local agency bridges, given those needs of 7,000 bridges across the state, a little over half of those being on local agency roads. So a significant increase to our local agency bridge work and a 35% increase to the ODOT owned bridges. We feel like that's a pretty equitable split given all those factors I talked about earlier around all bridges are important to someone, but how do we balance the needs of big bridges versus small bridges and the routes they serve? Next slide, please. So I think we've got strong support from our counties and cities. I believe there's some on the record that you may have received from the Association of Oregon Counties in support of this approach. The next step, given your approval, would be our ODOT Bridge Program allocating those funds, much like Mr. Brower spoke to earlier, some subsequent steps coming before you to add those funds to specific projects, as well as our longstanding local bridge program and our local agency bridge selection committee, identifying how to allocate these funds across the 36 counties and several hundred cities that have bridges. So that's a pretty quick rundown of just our approach. I think generally we're in a good place with our partners on this and look forward to allocating these funds. So that's it in terms of the presentation on the bridge funding. I believe we're going to take each of these in stride in terms of 3 discrete actions, I believe is how we set
Okay.
this up.
Are there questions on the bridges?
Yeah, comment more than a question.
Comment, Commissioner Smith?
Thank you. Just wanted to applaud you for working with the local counties and cities, and I appreciate the, I hope they appreciate that they're getting an 89.1% increase in their budget, which is fabulous, and I applaud just your working with them and being generous.
Yeah, Chair Van Brockland, Commissioner Smith, appreciate that comment, and I think maybe in the early conversations of this, it wasn't going to go that way in terms of how do we look at the needs of bridges across the state, and I think the Build Infrastructure Law allows us that opportunity to look at bridge needs across the state, maybe differently than we have in the past. So appreciate that comments.
Yeah, I just piggyback on that. I've been talking to Travis a lot about this effort and negotiating out the split. So I think it's a good piece of work and good partnering with our local government colleagues. I think I recall, this is maybe going to be a little off, that about something like 10% of the state's bridges are in kind of the, I can't remember the exact number or the exact percentage, but it's roughly that, are in a kind of poor condition. And it's, I think, a little bit more on the locals. So with respect to these investments, are they going to be targeted to those bridges? Because they're apparently in the worst shape. Just curious, we get these reports about poor, fair, and then we have an opportunity here with some fairly significant money, apparently 20 million more than the last time we talked. How are you thinking of targeting it with respect to kind of state of repair of the bridges you're going to invest in.
Yeah, Chair Van Brocklen, good point. I wish I would have brought my slides from last month to quote those numbers. But yeah, we do see a growing number of poor bridges across the state. And I spoke to it last time around. We've got an age issue. So a lot of our bridges are aging out about the same time, as well as a condition issue. And it's very similar between the local bridges and the state bridges. This level of investment helps, but you'll recall on the ODOT bridges, we replace about 3 a year. So we're not replacing a tremendous number of bridges. We're doing a lot to rehab and repair them and extend the useful life of them. This funding will certainly help, but it's not, we're not going to get to 15 bridges a year with this funding. The local side, that committee, as they now allocate these funds, will be weighing some of those same factors of, last time I spoke to like timber bridges as an example of really being susceptible to failure in terms of being in a poor status. So where are we kind of rising those up with this level of investment? And then how do the conditions change with this investment? That's the work that's still being done. On the state side, I will say, I mentioned previously, like the Fremont Bridge painting is a primary example where we see investing funds on trying to preserve that steel bridge and the on-ramps to it, just given we've got to stretch that for as far as we can. So a lot of deep thinking about our bridge program going into how do we leverage the investment that these funds bring, but we're still in a declining asset condition overall.
And on the Fremont Bridge project, the repainting does really extend the life of the bridge, is my understanding, that you tend to slow down the aging.
Yeah, Chair Van Brocklen, it's really, it's not just a coat of paint, right? It's a protection to that steel in terms of the rust and just prolonging the life of it. And when you think about our coastal bridges, we obviously have a much more significant challenge there given the environment. But yeah, trying to extend it as much as we can, not just making it look good.
So any other questions or comments? I hear a motion on the bridge, which I guess is item E1 on your agenda. Bridge allocation.
I move approval of the bridge allocation as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Additional comment or discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you, Mac.
Thank you.
So let's move on to Karen. Welcome.
Chair Van Brocklen, Commissioners, happy to be here. Also realizing that I'm gonna need to increase the font on my talking points, so bear with me as I try to see both you and them. In March, the Commission directed the creation of the Innovative Mobility Program, and this was done in response to community feedback that Oregon really needs to invest more in alternative transportation options, especially for historically excluded and underserved groups. The Innovative Mobility Program builds on and expands significantly Oregon's or ODOT's existing Transportation Options Program, to which the Commission allocated $7 million in the 24-27 STIP. This new program will provide grants to community-based organizations and local agencies that make it easier for underserved groups to walk, roll, share rides, and take transit. And these services will be delivered with both a climate and an equity lens strongly in mind. And because ODOT will be working with community-based organizations, we have capacity building to do. We need to build our own capacity and our abilities and skills to work with community groups. And we also need to do the work to find out what they need in order to build their capacity in order to access these funds and deliver these services. Next, please. So the Innovative Mobility Program will initially run over 3 years. We are able to fund it through a combination of federal and state funds. We've identified $10 million in state funds that we can use to complement the federal funds. This will enable us to have a significantly more flexibility in the kinds of services that are funded and the recipients of those funds. The money will be distributed through a combination of grants as well as procured services. And both funding streams can also be used to be directed towards projects that will mitigate the impacts of tolling on Oregonians who are from historically excluded groups or who are experiencing low incomes. We have learned through our initial engagement that providing services across jurisdictions, for example, particularly for people who are traveling between rural and urban areas, is an area of importance and is a big challenge. We know this is a complex problem, but we think van pools can be a great help and a great step forward. We also know that the larger grants and projects will take time to set up, but we also know there's an immediate need. And the micro grant program is something that we can quickly stand up and be offering within a period of a couple of months. The micro grants can be used for a lot of different purposes. Way too many to list here, but some of the initial thinking around that is around bicycle safety gear, bike tune-up events with young people, skills and safety training, bike racks, transit passes, and outreach to low and no income communities to help build awareness and preparation to use alternative modes of transportation. We're using this to get the ball rolling, to take quick action. It will also help us to publicize the IMP program, and it will help us to learn lessons on how to make the grant processes more accessible going forward. Next, please. So this slide outlines the timeline and the process that we're proposing for the program. The timelines and suggested projects are indicative of the kinds of services that the program might provide. What we actually deliver will be massively dependent on the outreach that we do and what we hear from the communities that we're trying to serve. What do they most need? And hearing from them through our early engagement processes will really inform the projects that are eligible. We've connected with our colleagues also in the intervening month at Business Oregon and Oregon Health Authority to learn from their experiences in working with excluded groups. They have more experience, they have a lot more direct connections, and we're also learning from them around simplifying contracting and procurement processes. Over the summer, we plan to convene community-based organizations to identify the groups that we should be working with. We should, as I mentioned, get our microgrants out in the first few months, and then in the fall, we'll be incorporating the feedback from our engagement work into a work plan that we would plan to bring back to the commission later this year. We'll also, assuming the legislature grants us those new positions that we asked for to administer the program, be getting those staff onboarded and up and running and really starting to accelerate our work in the program. We'll be doing a request for proposal to equity consultants to help us design the larger grant application process and to really help us extend our reach with the community. And we hope we will be having that go out this fall. In 2023, the consultants, along with staff, will have completed their work in standing up the program, and the solicitation process will begin for those larger grants. We'll also plan to have the van pools, subsidized van pools in operation by that time, and then start working on some of improving the existing park and ride facilities we have and possibly scoping new ones. And then finally, by fall of 2024, the IMP would be in full swing with the intergovernmental agreements for bike shares in place and some of the first large grants going out the door. And agreements with those folks that are going to be providing those services. So that's sort of a look forward at the framework and how we're looking at the process and how we're sequencing the work that we think we need to do to stand up the program. And with that, I will pause for questions.
Questions, comments?
And feedback, of course.
Feedback. Vice Chair?
Just a quick one. Are you anticipating, at least in this first stage, of what deliverables you're anticipating having ready by summer 22, all to be conducted in-house? Or are you going to be doing, because I'm seeing you're saying outreach to CBOs and things like that, then awarding. Are you looking at getting that support from other organizations, or are you going to be doing those initial micro grants in-house?
So I think the current plan to expedite the microgrants is to get that started in-house, recognizing that as we're also exploring existing procurement options to see how quickly we can get a community consultant on board to help us with standing up the program. So some of that timing will impact how we do it. We'd rather go initially out the gates with things that we already know and have heard from the community that they need, recognizing we can make adjustments to that program as we go along and as we learn more.
And one quick follow-up, so I don't consume too much time, but have you had any feedback from any folks out there in the community about the program, or any
Yes.
stones getting thrown or screaming or hooting and hollering? I'm just curious about how is the perception of the program thus far out there in the community?
So far, we are really excited about the feedback that we're receiving. We've had some preliminary conversations. We have been presenting the program, like we were at TPAC last Friday, and there was a lot of excitement there. Partners who are already doing this kind of work are excited about the potential. We've had outreach from some community groups such as Opal and others who already have ideas about the kinds of things that they would like to do. So it's really exciting. People are enthusiastic and kind of like, let's go.
Mm-hmm. Great.
I just should stop here and thank the vice chair for his leadership on this, Commissioner Smith for her involvement in this, and Administrator Criswell for her leadership as well. I think this is a really exciting new program that we have, that we're going to try. And again, I appreciate all the work that's gone into it in short order, and I think it's got real potential to have dividends for the communities we're working in and for the agency. So congratulations.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
One question, with respect to the micro grants, do you have a sense of how many applications you'll think you'll receive?
No. That's one of the funny things about when you're striking out and doing something new and different. Like when we started the Columbia Gorge Express bus service, no one might ride, a ton of people might ride. Day one, the line is beyond our dreams. So I think we're going to take it as it comes, probably give some thought to, is there an upper dollar amount? Is there a limit on how many you can apply for from the same organization? Some of those kinds of things. But no, I'm excited to see what happens when we put it out there. I think the creativity that people have and the passion they have, those who are closest to community, those are really the folks we want to be hearing from and working with. So I'm excited.
Thank you. Further questions or comments? Motion to approve?
I move to approve the framework for the Innovative Mobility Program and provide input to the staff to continue program development and implementation. I thought that's what we were doing today, so I'm not sure if that's the formal motion, but.
That's correct.
It
It's
is?
basically the
Okay.
acknowledgement that we're on the right track, the framework sounds good, and we should keep going with developing the program.
Very good.
Very enthusiastic second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Further comment? Again, thank you.
Great, thank you all for your support, and Karen, great work thus far, and I'm excited to see you being on the ground working with the community on this.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you very much. Welcome, Jeff.
Good, is it morning or afternoon? Good morning.
What year is it?
It's morning somewhere.
Chair and members of the commission, for the record, my name is Jeff Flowers. I'm the statewide investment section manager for ODOT. So the better way to put it is STIP management. So I am here to tell you that we've actually got some movement and we're ready to start getting money out the door. This is the first amendment, and if we can go to the next slide, please. Kind of rehash a little bit of what Travis mentioned earlier. So this one has the initial set of projects. And then in July, we're going to see the annual STIP amendment, which will be a combination of additional IIJA-funded opportunities as well as other STIP adjustments that are needed due to the variety of issues that come along on project delivery. And then we'll see the big majority of things just encompassed into the final draft STIP in the January 23 meeting, which will then send out to public comment, and then you'll see the final document in a little over a year from now. So to kind of give some quick highlights on this, you've got 15 projects in front of you. 13 of them are safety, 12 of them are safety projects. A little bit of mix between economic gap fills because of our current bidding conditions. There's some opportunities to add scope to projects because of additional cash available to them. And those are the ones on the arts. Bridge is also doing the same thing with the one project that they have. And then the two big ones that I want to highlight are the two enhanced projects. So you have the I-5 Aurora Donald project, which is a PE increase for design, so that way we can better position ourselves for the infra and rural grants that we are requesting, hopefully at the end of the month, pending legislative approval. And then the last one is the US 97 Cooley Road, as we call it, project, where they are adding additional enhanced money to that project, to the already awarded infra grant project. In addition, $15 million of local and private development money that has come into play to be able to add scope and provide a big improvement to the Bend North Corridor area, just as you're going between Bend and Sisters and even into the to that area where you know where that's at. So with that, that's kind of the quick highlights of this. If there's any questions on the amendment, I'd be glad to try to answer that. Other than that,
Well, I would just say that, the last two projects you mentioned, we know how critical those are, and so North Bend Corridor on 97 and Aurora Donald Interchange there's a long list, but those tend to be right at the top. So this is, from my view, progress. So thank you. Questions, comments? Motion to approve?
I move approval of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, STIP amendment.
Second?
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thanks, Mac. Okay, we'll move on to item F, which you heard quite a bit of public comment on this morning, tend to dominate the public comment, and that is the Connect Oregon approval that is before us, proposed approval. So we have Chris Cummings and Eric Havig. So I'll let you gentlemen proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Eric Havig. I'm the Statewide Policy and Planning Manager for ODOT. And with me today is Chris Cummings. I'll let him introduce himself.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commission members. For the record, my name is Chris Cummings. I'm the Assistant Director at Business Oregon, the state's Economic Development Department. This round of Connect Oregon, I had the privilege to serve as the chair of the Final Review Committee, which was a fabulous experience, and I appreciate the trust from ODOT in serving in that role. I just want to touch base a little bit about the Final Review Committee, and then Eric's going to talk more about the process. Personally, I think that this program is a fabulous program. No other grant program that I'm aware of has as much input and review as the Connect Oregon process, with hundreds of people reviewing it, and staff, volunteers, and so on. The one challenge that I think, and I'm very proud of the Final Review Committee members, that they had was reviewing the projects from a context of modal and regional committee members, and then coming to the Final Review Committee and reviewing the projects in the context of state value, right? So which project is the most important for the state and has the most value for the state under our statutory considerations? It's a very difficult job, and they did a wonderful, they took the task on honorably and finished it in 2 days, which was fabulous. We did meet online, which was a little difficult because it's a bit tough to see body language and so on and so forth. But we plowed through it and got through an end product. As we went through the process, we were given, as Eric will mention, a Final Review Committee starting point, if you will. And the committee went through the list, starting with the lowest, if you will, lowest scoring projects from the other modal committees, and then moving up to the top. And then we kind of balanced in the middle section of, okay, should we move this project up? Should we move that project up? All the while considering the statutory considerations and the impacts to the state. There were Normally what happens, and we did in the end, is act in a consensus mode where everybody, can we live with this? Can we agree with the project list and so on? There were a couple of projects where we did have to vote to move the committee along. My sense is that primarily it was around the size of the projects and what may happen, if the money went to those projects as opposed to perhaps other projects that we could fund. In the end of the day, 2 days, I should say, is what happened was that we did note the minority concern from the group with those votes, and the entire team, if you will, voted for the project list that's presented to you. I would say that it's been an honor to be involved in this process. I've not seen, Business Oregon has many, mostly loans, but some grants. The amount of public input in this process is simply amazing. And it's not just because some of you may or may not know that I used to work for ODOT managing this program. I'm not saying I like it just because of that. I love to see the public input and the transparency, everything up on the website and so on. So with that, I'm happy to entertain any questions, or of course, Eric has a...
So do you want to take questions now, or would you prefer
Actually,
to?
I'll walk through a little bit of the work that
Okay.
got us to the final review committee. I just wanted to kind of make sure Chris had a chance to really talk about his perspectives and how that went, and I'll kind of tie that up with the rest of the process and then open up for questions.
Great.
So just an overview of the program. The program has been around for a long time. This is our 7th round of a competitive award. Many of you will remember in House Bill 2017, we had dedicated projects. So it's been really since 2015, 2016 that we've had a competitive round of grants in going through this process. This is a unique program. It really is targeted towards non-highway infrastructure that's not federal money. And it really is created to help make investments in Oregon for economic development, job growth, and connections for transportation, and how we can invest in non-highway modes to better move Oregonians and services across the state. Next slide, please. This program, like I said, has been around for a while. It's gone through some changes. Some of those most recent changes happened as an outcome of House Bill 2017. We pulled together a Rural Advisory Committee, and they modified the program a little bit to provide a little bit more direction. One of those key changes is we now have a floor. Our stakeholders said, this is a lot of work. There's a lot of people that go through this exercise. Let's make sure we have enough money on the table to justify that. So we wanted to have at least $50 million in the fund. Now, that doesn't mean we have $50 million to award, because we have 7% that goes to walking and biking and 1% to active transportation. So that's how we come up with the $46 million. We used to have a equity around the regions milestone, that we needed to have at least 10% of the money in each of the ODOT regions. Some of our stakeholders were very concerned that that was taking away from picking the best and most strategic projects and trying to make sure we had enough projects in each of the regions. Interestingly enough, just to the punchline, without having that requirement, we reached that milestone with this list. We also, with House Bill 2017, there was a new funding program for transit. The STIF program was created, so transit was removed from the Connect Oregon program, and then that 7% set aside from the Connect Oregon Fund is also now going to active transportation, walking and biking programs. Administrator Criswell is administering those, so walking and biking projects are no longer eligible. We're just dealing with aviation, rail, and marine type projects. There's also a requirement in there about aggregate, but we won't get into that issue. Next slide, please. So for this round, we had 49 eligible projects. It actually started with 51. One of those projects was deemed ineligible, and they rescinded their application on their own. A second project, through the process, actually got awarded money through the legislature, so they withdrew their application, and we got down to 49. The big part about this is there is a lot of interest in this program. We received nearly $130 million in requests, and we only have 46 to award. That's a great thing to have. We know there's a lot of need. It also means there's good projects that don't get funded out of the program. We did have some also changes this round. We saw a few projects that were a little higher in ask, so our average median price has gone up. But part of that is also related to, we don't have some of those smaller active transportation, walking, biking projects. So we're now getting into some more substantive improvements on the rail, aviation, and marine side. Next slide. So Chris really hit upon this. The program comes from the legislature, and there are statutory considerations. There's goals and objectives of what we want to accomplish, and they're listed here. So the primary ones, again, is economic development. Are we growing the economy, creating jobs, creating opportunities? Are we able to move goods more efficiently and lower costs for shippers and businesses here in Oregon? Readiness is important. We want to make sure the project is ready. Do they have their information set? Can they hit the ground? Can we get the project completed? And then you also see on there match, and I know match is something that kind of came up today a little bit in the earlier comments. There is required match, but in the administrative rules that really talk about what that match is compromised or what can include into that match, we can include grants and other kinds of sources of money. Specifically on the aviation side, Connect Oregon is often actually the match to like an FAA grant, but they count that as their match towards the Connect Oregon, as an example. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So the review process, Chris hit upon this. There's a lot of steps in this work. It starts with the applications coming in and the Connect Oregon staff making sure they're eligible. We work with our modal experts inside of ODOT, which is primarily rail, also located in Minister Criswell's division, to make sure that we are reviewing those projects and how effective are they at meeting those statutory considerations. Business Oregon staff look at the ports and marine projects, and then Department of Aviation staff look at the aviation projects. So we have modal expertise looking at these projects. We also have the economists for Oregon and Business Oregon who review the economic claims and the information from the application. How does this help benefit the state of Oregon? Now, again, it's a high-level review based upon the information. They're not going and doing a detailed study. It's using that information to judge against those considerations. And then we get into all the different hands and groups who review this. So the area commissions on transportation, the statewide modal committees. We seek input from the regional solution teams to see how do these projects comply or meet the goals and objectives around economic development from those appropriate regions. The regions then get together across multiple area commissions and talk about things in a broader scale. And then we finally bring those recommendations to a final review committee, and that's what the list of projects that we're bringing you today is. Just a couple additional things on the final review committee. Chris really hit upon that. We've had this process in place for many years. And again, this was the first time we did it in a remote setting. I think that came with some challenges. But at the same time, we did have the robust and detailed conversation. And again, getting to the punchline, Chris hit it. The group really did get to a list of projects, and they did support that list of projects. But there was clear minority opinion on two of those projects, and you've heard some of those come up today. If we can skip to the next slide. Technology. Oops, we went backwards. Okay, well, we'll just move on from the slide. So, from the work today, or the decision today is really to take all of that collective work that we did, that the state did, the area commissions, the review groups who are involved in every step of the process, coming up with the best recommendations that they believe will benefit the state of Oregon. This is the list of projects that we have ready for you. And so we're asking your approval for that list. Just as far as next steps, if we do approve this list, we will start the intergovernmental agreement process, which each of the applicants, they have to sign that agreement. They have terms and conditions they have to comply with. That's one of our tools to hold them accountable to deliver what they actually are saying they're going to deliver. As well as timelines for delivering those projects. And once we move into that process, it'll become more of an administrative oversight function. So with that, I will turn it back to the commission if there's any questions for Chris and I.
Questions?
I always have questions.
Questions? Commissioner Smith?
So we heard a lot of testimony today, and one of the concerns that was raised had to do with the supply chain and where some equipment might be coming from. Can you speak to kind of the whole challenge of vetting a supply chain and what items we might have in place to make sure we aren't procuring prohibited supply?
Chair Van Brockland, Commissioner Smith, thank you. We have some basic things in place for the program, but we really rely primarily on the information from the applicants. So they tell us what they believe they need to meet their conditions. So what are the type of equipment they need? Where do they think it comes from? What makes the best business decision for them? We don't have specific requirements of where those things can come from. However, we do require that any purchases and materials that are procured for the project comply with state, federal, and other rules and regulations in place at that time. So they do need to comply with those kind of requirements for purchasing goods and equipment.
Mr. Burke.
Yes, thank you, Chair Van Brockland. Two questions, I guess. One, thank you for clarifying for the record that the match and the regulations do not require the source of those, so it doesn't have to necessarily be the applicant providing those sources as private funds for that. And then the second was you mentioned that the economic impact analysis is at a rather high level, I think. And we heard concerns voiced about the competitive impact of the Hayek proposal. So was that part of the analysis?
Chair Van Brockland, Commissioner Burke, the economic information that comes into the application is from the applicant. In the case of the Hayek project specifically, they included their materials as part of their application packet, but they did add a supplemental economic analysis report that came in after their initial application. So when I talked about the level of review that occurred from the ODOT economists and the Business Oregon economists, they used the information from the application and judged it again against the criteria and statutory considerations. But they did not go into a process to try to ground truth every claim and every detail of what that economic benefit to the state would be is based upon that information as well as their general understanding of those businesses. At the same time, there's no way ODOT can be experts or economist experts in ship repair, nor would Business Oregon regional development officers be statewide experts in that industry. So they use the best information they have available. So that's what I meant about getting to a high level. It is not detailed trying to dissect every claim or every specific issue to that kind of level. That would take a lot more time, energy, and cost. And we really rely on the groups that do the review to weigh in with their knowledge locally around different businesses, industries, and expectations of how these projects would benefit locally and regionally as statewide. Did that answer that question?
It does, thank you. And I appreciate the sort of extensive multi-step review process that has gotten us to this point today. But this does raise an issue that I know that the process was reviewed, I think, maybe 3 years ago. But as always, we want to continue to review our processes to make sure that these grants have the intended impact and not unintended impacts.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I have a follow-up on her question.
Of course.
Yeah.
Commissioner Smith.
Yeah. Commissioner Burke, really great question. And I, obviously we're in the business in this program of promoting Oregon productivity in business, and the last thing we want to do is harm that. So was this issue raised before all these review committees? Did they look at that? Was that a concern? As we went through the 6-month review process, did this question come up?
Chair Van Brockland, Commissioner Smith. In the review process, most of this information that we heard the testimony today, as well as we received some of this through the public hearing, really came up late in the process. Again, we held area commission meetings. The statewide modal committee meetings were an opportunity. They're all public meetings, and information can be shared at those meetings. I don't recall some of these issues being raised, for example, at the Freight Advisory Committee. I didn't attend the statewide Marine Committee, but according to my staff, they didn't hear some of these concerns come up in front of that group either. So really, the first time I really started hearing about some of these is at the public hearing, which was 2 weeks after the final review committee conversation.
Thank you.
Further comments, questions? So this is before us for approval. Do I hear a motion?
Yes, Chair Van Brocklin. I move that we approve the entire 2021 Connect Oregon project list as recommended by the final review committee. I further move that we require the Oregon Department of Transportation to enter into the grant agreements with all the recipients in strict adherence with all federal and state procurement requirements. I further move that ODOT conduct and report back findings to the commission an informal review of the Connect Oregon selection process with particular focus on the viability of the current match requirements for applicants, the percentage of allowable public funds acceptable for each project, and the economic analysis required by each applicant.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Is there further comment or discussion?
I just wanted to make a comment. I really appreciate the comments from Commissioner Burke earlier just about the evolution and ongoing kind of preventative maintenance work on this program. This is clearly a very contentious program, and I think despite the work that I think the staff conducts to try to keep it transparent and authentic, it's just, there's just going to be this sentiment throughout the process, and I don't envy your jobs working on it and going through this process. I'm sure it's very cumbersome and challenging and hard at times and stressful, but it's I think there's got to be a way where maybe there's probably more engagement from the commission, and obviously I'm not going to be around forever, but engagement from the commission in terms of helping ensure that there are those safeguards on ensuring that the review process is being vetted adequately moving forward. And I don't know what that looks like, but I just know that from my experience, and it's funny how my first meeting was in this building. I'm looking at Travis right now, and I sat through 10 hours of testimony from a Connect Oregon project. And I would say you're pretty lucky today, Commissioner Burke, being this is your first Connect meeting and not having to sit through 10 hours of testimony, about 45 minutes. But I would say that it's something that we definitely want to continue to pay attention to and ensure that we're doing the best we possibly can with the resources that we have to serve not only the intention of the program, but make sure we're serving Oregonians and getting the best return on investment with these public dollars for Oregon.
So I'll just say that I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. As you, Mr. Cummings, said, this sounds like one of our most thorough public processes, lots of stages, lots of communication, and lots of opportunity to be heard. And so I appreciate that, and I think that's the right method for this program. I also agree with the Vice Chair's comments and others about that, and Commissioner Burke's motion includes this, that we continue to try and improve the program. So continuous improvement is important. I support the motion, and I guess I would just encourage the department as they proceed on this, if they do see things they believe need to come back to us for discussion, that they do so. But otherwise, I have confidence in the process based on what I've heard. And so I think it's important to make the investments that you've proposed, and I plan to support the motion. Anything further? Okay. All those in favor of Commissioner Burke's motion?
Aye.
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 Thank you for your work.
Thank you very much.
So we are at 11:38, and we are going to take a 45-minute lunch. So that would put us at 12:35, if I did the math right. Did I do the math right?
No.
No, I don't think I did.
No.
Let's do the math again. In other words, someone else do the math. 45 minutes from now would be 12:25, I think.
That sounds right.
Let's go with that. 12:25, we'll reconvene. Have a nice lunch break.
so. Just do that.
I didn't have a chance to do that earlier.
Yeah, well, I'm used to having more like
Yeah, I
that.
know,
so.
exactly. That's what I didn't plan around.
I am doing this for the next item, so I just added an extra chair up here. So I wasn't gonna sit up. You? Oh, okay. The item after you, sorry. Okay. You're doing the item after me. Yeah, I'm coming up after you, and then I'm introducing Richard to them. Okay. That's all you're doing? Yep. Okay, cool. No, that's not a problem. No. Yeah, but that's my fault. I went home and then they said, come back, you're gonna be before Richard, and so wherever you're comfortable. Didn't realize that was right.
Yeah, I'm looking at your setup because I'm, we're doing our first hybrid. You're live streaming that. Yes. Which is kind of what will show up here. Right. So what fell over?
It's less nerve-wracking when you're in your own living room, right? It's like, all these people are watching, but it's kind of
Okay, I think we're going to get underway. So we're going to switch a couple of items here and start with item H, which is the climate office update, and then we'll go to the climate protection program DEQ presentation. I see Director Whitman here, so thank you for letting us go a little bit out of order. Suzanne Carlson, welcome.
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
Good afternoon. So I'm Suzanne Carlson, Climate Office Director, and here with our regular Climate Office update. So first slide, go ahead to the next slide. Today, I'll just cover a couple items, the Climate Lens on Investment Decisions and Multi-Agency Every Mile Counts program. Next slide. Starting off with the Climate Lens on our investment decisions. Next slide. So a lot of this will be familiar. This, of course, comes from the Governor's Executive Order 2004, directing us to use apply a process for evaluating greenhouse gas emissions in our investment decisions, and also embedding preparedness for climate change and these are embedded in the agency strategic action plan as well. Next slide. So just looking at our timeline, you all will recall, I'm just trying to adjust to looking all the way up here at this PowerPoint. We've been working on phase 1 for quite a while, and that's bringing information to you at the OTC to make investment decisions that will help improve climate mitigation outcomes in particular. So we did that with the 24-27 STIP, and then of course spent many months working on the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and brought you information to the investments you made there. And in the background that whole time, we've also been working on phase 2, which is working on the project selection and scoping that's going on as well. And as you see here, we're getting towards the end of that process, and then our next phase will be phase 3, doing some quantification around greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide. And you, I believe, saw this slide at the last meeting as well, just to kind of recap some of the successes that we had. For the 24-27 STIP, as you recall, you made increased investments in multimodal transportation, which was great. And then as well in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. These are all the scenarios that were considered, or maybe the main ones that came to the commission for consideration. And the up arrows are where which scenario had the best outcome for all our high priority agency outcomes. So if you see here, the hybrid, which you landed on at the end, had the really best outcome for the most areas, really, and especially the best outcome for climate change mitigation, as you see at the top of the right-hand corner there with the 2 up arrows, and really had up arrows around a lot of our outcome areas. I will note, though, that we still score a D on the scorecard if you look at the need. So, of course, the need is great for all our investment areas, which we grapple with all the time, but it is especially great for climate change and just kind of catching up on that. And then the next one is multimodal mobility, which is also at a C- there. So I think that's just reflecting that maybe more of our historical investment areas there's great need everywhere, but we're catching up a little bit to some of those more historic investment areas. Next slide. So talking a bit more about phase 2, the idea here is to look at the portfolio of projects within a program, within a region, and see if we're increasing our climate change outcomes from that at that scale as well. Using the input from the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee, they suggested we go work at a regional level there, given the variation geographically of the type of projects that we have. And so the Climate Office has been meeting with the regional staff and showing them this index across their portfolio of projects, and then looking at where can we select projects, taking that 150% list in the STIP, narrowing down to 100%. Can we select projects that would have a greater outcome? Can we scope projects to have a greater climate change outcome? And challenging today, but can we add funds where needed to have a better outcome? And with the cost increases we're seeing, that last one's probably been a little more challenging. We also provided information, Climate Office provided information to the Enhanced program as they were making their selections, and 3 of the 4 highest index projects were selected to go forward in that process. So we've had provide some good information to decision making. I will say that the results vary by region, exactly why we did break them out by region in the types of projects that they have. We found that just some kind of initial findings here, that the type of projects with the highest benefit probably won't surprise you. It's really intelligent transportation systems, ITS, bike pedestrian strategic projects, of course, and safe routes to school projects really are showing the highest outcomes for greenhouse gas mitigation. The majority of the projects of the ODOT-led projects are really in the neutral category, really won't have a change one way or the other around climate change. If you think about replacing an asset like a culvert, it might not be changing how people are using that roadway. It's keeping it in a state of good repair. So we have a lot of projects like that. And then the projects that are maybe the most challenging to our climate goals are going to be your roadway widening and expansions, and then intersection widening in cases where it might make it more challenging for vulnerable users to use that area as well. So a lot of interesting and great conversations that we've been having across the agency in that process. And next slide. we also want to, as we've had that conversation, we've realized that we want to expand what's on the table, if you will, and start thinking about adaptation and how we select projects for better climate change adaptation, as well as the materials and fuels. Those might be ways that some of those more neutral projects could show a good outcome that maybe give more choices to how to get a good outcome out of a given type of project. You've probably seen this slide before. We are working on a climate adaptation and resilience roadmap that'll be coming out this summer. So it'll be the agency's resilience operational plan with actionable strategies based on a statewide vulnerability assessment and climate hazard risk map in support of our strategic plan. And one thing this is going to do is it aligns with the new federal requirements to incorporate climate risk and resilience into transportation asset management. I just actually got an email on that today, so that's kind of just coming out. Life cycle planning and cost estimating. And we're also deploying this really quickly for the Protect Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act program. So to increase resiliency, we now have some tools to help select projects for that funding area as well. And we'll have more to share with you shortly as that comes out. Next slide. So moving over to the Every Mile Counts multi-agency partnership. Again, this is coming from the Executive Order 2004 to more quickly achieve the statewide transportation strategy vision. This is a collaboration. Every action in this is a collaboration between at least 2 agencies, and we've integrated climate justice and equity considerations and engagement in developing this work plan as well. So we do have an MOU with the other agencies every 2 years, so we're just wrapping up a work plan from 2020 to 2022 and launching a new work plan for 2022 to 2024, and that's what I'll share a little bit about today. Next slide. Another slide you've seen before. Just a refresher that on the right-hand side there are kind of the categories of the actions that we look at from the statewide transportation strategy, and then the gap that we're working to achieve, kind of where we're at today, and then what we need to do to accelerate to reach that STS vision. Next slide. And so you'll see, if you can see, apologize that the font's a little small, down the left-hand side that really reflects some of those STS categories in our priority areas. Down the left-hand side, the key objectives of this partnership is to reduce vehicle miles per capita and invest in cleaner vehicles and cleaner fuels. So I won't read everything off this slide, but you'll see down the maybe the second column there, the 2020 to 2022 actions. So we've had some good successes there. A lot of that has been some rulemaking that's just coming to fruition that's been worked on over the last couple of years, and some rules that have gone into effect. The statewide trip reduction policy is in rulemaking. Climate-friendly, equitable communities rulemaking is wrapping up. You'll hear from Director Whitman next about the Clean Fuels Program. And of course, you've heard quite a bit, and we'll continue to hear from us around our electric vehicle program. So seeing a lot of progress in those areas. So really moving into the next work plan, looking at implementation of rulemaking. So where the rules were passed, we need to move into that implementation phase and carrying a lot of these program areas forward. A couple of the new items there, again, Richard Whitman will address a little bit, will be the Community Climate Investment Strategy. That's going to be coming from the Climate Protection Program. He was going to go first, and I would have just said, as he said. So you'll hear about that next. And then moving into implementation with climate-friendly and equitable communities. And we'll also have a transportation emission dashboard that's underway, and we'll be releasing that later this year as well. So on the next slide, I'll talk a bit more about the climate planning implementation. So again, this is coming from Executive Order 2004 again, that state agencies were directed to identify and implement assistance for local planning to meet the state greenhouse gas goals. And as you'll recall, again, the Transportation Commission identified $15 million from Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act towards climate planning. And so that is, I'll talk a little bit about how we will deploy those funds to complete this work. This is in Every Mile Counts. And ODOT will be leading the effort to provide support to local jurisdictions to do this planning work for transportation planning, regional greenhouse gas reduction planning, and transportation planning rule. So this will include new tools to estimate vehicle miles traveled, developing modeling inputs, and conducting regional scenario planning and performance monitoring work. sharing guidance and best practices with cities and counties to comply with the transportation planning rule, and we'll be providing consultants to work with local jurisdictions as they complete multimodal inventories and update transportation system plans. So we will be, a lot of these resources will be provided to the local areas. And we'll continue in close collaboration with cities and counties, updating their plans, and continue to partner with partner agencies. So we're beginning this work later in 2022. And this will provide local jurisdictions with their updated transportation plans to meet the state requirements, and tools and resources to work further on greenhouse gas reduction goals. And so with that, I believe next slide is just if there's any questions.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Questions? No? Anything for Suzanne? Okay.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you very much for your report.
You bet.
So we will move forward. I think Amanda and Director Whitman are coming up here together. So
Great.
welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Amanda Peets, Administrator for the Policy Data and Analysis Division at ODOT. And I have the pleasure of introducing Director Whitman of the Department of Environmental Quality, who's going to talk to you today about not only the climate protection program as the agenda suggests, but some of the broad climate initiatives really driving towards cleaner vehicles and fuels that his agency has advanced that are pretty important to the overall picture of how we reduce emissions from transportation. And the other thing I just want to reflect on is that as we talk about climate and some of the things that Suzanne just shared, it's not ODOT and ODOT alone. We really are working with our local jurisdiction partners, we're working with the private sector and more, and we're working very closely with our sister agencies like DEQ. And not only are we working with them, we're working at the highest level. So the directors, including Director Strickler and Director Whitman and more, meet regularly on this topic to really help advance our direction on this and work collaboratively. And I think because of that, we've been able to make some pretty significant advancements. So without further ado, I'll turn it to Director Whitman.
Welcome, Director Whitman. Great to have you here.
Thank you so much, Chair Van Brocklin, Commissioners. For the record, Richard Whitman, the Director of the Oregon Department of Transportation. Amanda, thank you for the kind introduction. It's a real pleasure to be here this afternoon, and I'm here really with a sense of excitement about where we're at in working on clean transportation in Oregon. It is our opinion that we have put in place the fundamental tools we need in Oregon to get to a clean transportation future. And so I'm going to talk about that today. This is not by any means only DEQ work. This is, as Amanda said, work that's going on in partnership with many entities, including the Department of Transportation, the Department of Land Conservation and Development, the Oregon Department of Energy, the private sector, particularly, whether that's vehicle manufacturers or fuel suppliers, are all part of this equation, and then local government as well, and our tribal nations. So this is exciting for many reasons. It's exciting because of where we are as a planet in terms of our work to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and avoid the worst effects of climate change. But it's also exciting because it brings real public health benefits to Oregon in terms of reducing impacts on, particularly on overburdened communities that have really borne the brunt of air pollution impacts over the past decades. And it's also important for economic reasons for Oregon. I think everybody knows, Oregon's energy comes largely from out of state, particularly in the transportation sector. Our gasoline and our diesel is essentially all from out of state. That is money that Oregonians are sending out of state, out of the country every day. And of course, we're experiencing that in big time right now with very high gasoline and diesel prices. So getting to a transportation system that reduces reliance on fossil fuels and allows us to move to more sustainable energy sources is important for all three of those reasons: climate, public health, and the economic health of Oregon as well. So I'm going to try to set a little bit of that big picture vision and also talk about the building blocks for how we get there today. I suspect that Colin McConaughey is going to join me a little bit later in this presentation. Colin is I just want to mention that Colin McConaughey is the manager of the Office of Greenhouse Gas Programs in Oregon, DEQ, and has done a lot of the work on both the Climate Protection Program and the Clean Fuels Program. Those are two of the big building blocks that I'm going to talk about today. I want to quickly mention, before I go on to the next slide, though, although I'm going to focus on those two programs, there are some other pieces to this puzzle. In particular, the federal government works with states to implement the Federal Clean Air Act. And as part of the Federal Clean Air Act, the Congress has authorized California to adopt vehicle standards, vehicle emission standards, and then also authorizes other states to follow California's vehicle emission standards. So I'm not going to talk a lot about this today, but California has been a leader in setting increasingly stringent vehicle standards, both for passenger vehicles and for freight, for trucks. And Oregon, along with Washington and 17 states in all, have been following those standards, and that's a big part of this picture as well. I think with that, I'll go on to the next slide, if I may. Yeah, thanks. So again, why I've talked about some of this at a high level. Why is clean transportation important to Oregonians? Well, first of all, the public health piece here. Gasoline and diesel and the emissions from them is a primary cause of air pollution. It's also almost 40% of our greenhouse gas emissions in Oregon, and it's a major source of a drag, really, on Oregon's economy, since we're sending all of that economic value out of state to gasoline and diesel producers. Next slide, please. So a little visual depiction of these things that I just talked about. First of all, the map on the left is from 2017, and it's a modeling of diesel emissions, really particulate 2.5 emissions in the Portland metro area on an annual average basis. And the darker areas on the map, I won't be able to see the small print, are up to 10 times over Oregon's health benchmark for PM 2.5. And you can see that those areas tend to be clustered along our major transportation arterials. So again, to the extent we can move people to cleaner fuels, whether that's renewable diesel or electricity or anything in between, that has significant benefits in terms of public health and air pollution. The bar graph on the right is actually from the STS, Sustainable Transportation Strategy, and it's again showing results of modeling. And here is Colin McConaughey, the manager of the Office of Greenhouse Gas Programs. Hi, hey, Colin. You're fine. So one of the things that analytical work that ODOT did back in 2013, I believe this is from, is modeling in terms of where the biggest challenges were in terms of greenhouse gas emissions in the transportation sector. And one of the things that was found was a big obstacle was potential growth in greenhouse gas emissions in the freight sector. And so I mentioned a little while ago some of the work that Oregon DEQ does with California on vehicle standards. The oversight body for Oregon DEQ, the Environmental Quality Commission, last November adopted something called Advanced Clean Trucks, or ACT, that you may have heard of. These are the standards for our freight, new freight vehicles in California, and then states that have followed California. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit more later in the presentation, but again, that's kind of directly aimed at emissions in the freight sector, which is one of the obstacles that we see here. Next slide, please. So how are we getting to this clean transportation future for Oregon? It really involves three main elements: cleaner engines, cleaner fuels, and then reducing travel and transport distances. I'll note on the third element here, reducing the amount of transportation. Next Thursday, a week from today, the Land Conservation and Development Commission will be considering the climate-friendly and equitable community rule that ODOT has been also working with the LCD on, that really is aimed at that third leg of the stool, reducing the amount of transportation. But I'm going to focus on cleaner engines and cleaner fuels in this presentation. So next slide, please. So first of all, cleaner engines. And coming back to the vehicle standards piece here, Oregon has already adopted Clean Cars 1 and the Advanced Clean Trucks rules from California. The Clean Cars 1 rule was adopted back in 2012, and the Advanced Clean Trucks rule was again adopted late in 2021. And then we have another proposal coming from California, the California Air Resources Board, and that's the Advanced Clean Cars 2 rule. California is finalizing that in June, and Oregon DEQ and our commission are initiating a rulemaking that will conclude toward the end of this year where we will be proposing to our commission that they adopt Advanced Clean Cars 2. So what does that mean? If I could go to the next slide, I'll show you what it means. So ACC 1, which again has been in place for some time now, requires that states following the California zero emission vehicle standard get to 22%, at least 22% of new vehicle sales in each of those states be zero emission vehicles by 2025. So that's already a pretty significant increase in the percentage of zero emission vehicles that's already booked, and we're already on the road to get there. The Advanced Clean Trucks rule that was adopted in November that's focused on everything from your medium-sized pickup on up through tractor trailers has requirements for those vehicles that are set to hit levels of between 40% and 70%, depending on the vehicle category, by 2035. So you saw that bar graph with a pretty big slice for the freight sector. We are going to we are requiring pretty significant reductions in the freight sector by requiring more zero emission vehicles through the ACT rule. And then the ACC 2 rule, which will be coming proposed the end of this year, would require for new vehicle sales in Oregon to hit 68% by 2030 and 100% by 2035. I want to emphasize here that this doesn't mean that we are taking everybody's gasoline-powered vehicles away. The turnover time in gasoline and diesel vehicles is 15 to 20 years. And so we're really talking about 2050 and beyond, and we're talking about 25 to 30 years from now. What do we want our vehicle fleets to look like? These are the types of numbers that we need to be hitting if we're serious about getting to a 90%-ish reduction in greenhouse gas emissions in Oregon by 2050. I'll also note that our legislature has endorsed levels very close to this in prior legislation. In Senate Bill 1044, adopted by the legislature in 2019, set a legislative goal to transform the motor vehicle market in Oregon by 2035, and called on the Oregon Department of Energy to assess whether we're getting to at least 50% of new vehicle sales being zero emission by 2030 and 90% by 2035. So these numbers that we're talking about in terms of standards are not new to the discussion in Oregon. And let me pause there. I've been going kind of fast whipping through this, but if there are questions as I go along here, be happy to entertain them. And I've got the expert sitting here next to me. All right. Next slide, please. Okay, so what I just talked about is the supply side of the equation. I want to talk about the demand side also. But before I do, part of the benefit of pushing manufacturers on the supply side is to assure Oregonians that we actually have those vehicles for sale here in Oregon. If we didn't have, right now we are frankly competing with other states to get those cleaner vehicles in Oregon for sale instead of them going to Washington or California or other states. So having the market signals that Oregon is open for business for zero emission vehicles is part of why those supply side tools are important. But the demand side, you've all heard and you all know about the cost barriers to cleaner vehicles and cleaner engines. And so Oregon also has addressed that. The legislature authorized the additional privilege tax on new motor vehicle sales in Oregon, a portion of which goes to the multimodal program, whose name I'm blanking on at the moment, and a portion of which goes to provide rebates to purchasers in Oregon for clean vehicles. So these incentives are really very significant, particularly when you combine them with potentially the federal tax credit of up to $7,500. So the Oregon incentives are as much as $7,500 for a low or moderate income household. And actually there's I need to correct something on this slide. There's also let me back up a little bit. The rebate incentives in Oregon are divided into two categories. There's a standard rebate of up to $2,500 that's available to anybody. There also is what's called a charge ahead rebate available to low and moderate income households. The legislature authorized increasing that charge ahead rebate to $5,000, and it can be combined with the regular rebate. So that's how you get to the $7,500. The standard rebate, we had proposed earlier this year to reduce it from $2,500 to $2,000. The reason we were doing that is because this program is getting oversubscribed and we are running low on funds. But the legislature in the short session put an additional $15 million into the EV rebate program. And so in what's coming to our commission next week, we actually are proposing now to keep the standard rebate for now at $2,500. We are, however, also projecting that we're likely to run out of money for the rebate program sometime next year. And if I could have the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about why we're getting there. So first of all, the cost of electric vehicles is coming down, and particularly in Oregon, we're seeing a lot of sales of EVs that aren't necessarily the higher end, without mentioning particular brands, aren't necessarily the higher end, but some of the more affordable EVs. And next slide, please. So some of the reason I get very excited when I'm talking about clean transportation is the numbers we're seeing on EV sales, not just in Oregon, but in California and Washington as well. Oregon hit very close to 10% of new vehicle sales being electric vehicles in the last quarter of 2021. And we're expecting we're going to be above 10% this year. California is probably looking at numbers close to 20% this year in EV sales, and Washington and Oregon are pretty much at parity. So we're seeing a very rapid acceleration in EV sales, not just in Oregon, but in many of our partner states as well. So that's reflected also in the rebates. And this is part of why we're running short on money. We're seeing those sales take off and the demand for these vehicles really take off with the costs coming down, with the rebates being there, and frankly, to state the obvious, with the very high gasoline and diesel prices right now, we're seeing the response to that in higher EV sales. Okay. All right, I'm going to, so that's really what I have to say about the work we're doing to push a higher percentage of electric vehicle sales and cleaner engines in Oregon. I want to transition now and talk a little bit about cleaner fuels.
So
Yes.
before you leave that, the topic you're on, you and I have talked about this and opportunities for coordination and what we're looking at here. And so one of the things I think that makes this an exciting opportunity is that there's potential for alignment of regulatory policy, some governmental funding, which you've just been through, and the latest infrastructure bill included significant money, including for EV charging, and the industry that makes the cars and thus the engines that create the emission and decisions they appear to be making. So there seems to be a lot of important pieces of this equation coming into alignment and potentially fairly rapidly. So one of the things I keep saying is we have to be ready for the change that is, in my view, very likely, if not certain. Mm-hmm. So you haven't, and I know this presentation is not intended to, but I'm just curious what your view is of that alignment and of the kind of time period we're talking about here. You mentioned 2035 based on kind of as a prior target. Is that still the target in your view? When you look at the industry, you look at policy, and you look at funding priorities. For us, we at minimum need to get the infrastructure in place to serve the need as it occurs, not after it occurs. We need, in other words, we need to be ready for the change that's coming. So I'd just be curious about your thoughts and your colleagues' thought about how you get all of that in alignment so it actually happen in a smooth rather than bumpy way.
Thank you, Chair Van Broeklen. We need to be so I talked about the demand side and the supply side in terms of vehicles, but as you note, there's also the infrastructure side. And obviously I know this commission just made some significant investment decisions, which I very much appreciate, on the charging infrastructure side. And I do think that that's going to be critical. If you look to our neighbor to the north, Washington, they have not had the rebate incentives that Oregon has had, at least in the more recent future. But they've they've been pretty active on the charging infrastructure, and they've been able to hit similar numbers to what we've been able to hit. But we do not, there is the potential, if we do not have the charging infrastructure in place, for that to become the constraint in the system. And so having robust investment in charging infrastructure is really critical to the success of this. ODOT and the commission and the investment that Oregon has received from the IIJA provides a real opportunity to get foundational infrastructure in place. The strings that come with that, however, focus a lot of that investment along corridors. And I know you're in the process of approving additional corridors, which is great. My personal concern here is charging infrastructure, not so much on corridors where longer distance travel is occurring. I think you've got that, you've got a really good program in place for that work. It's more around the charging infrastructure at the small town community level, and how to get that charging infrastructure out there. And that's a very complicated question, and it's going to require working with very closely with local government, with the housing industry, with our electric utilities, a whole bunch of partners to get that done. And I think there's a lot of work between our agencies and with those partners in getting that piece figured out. But I do see that as being an important area for some attention here over the next couple of years, is making sure we've got that piece really focused on as well. And I know your staff are probably also looking at what communities in California are doing around this, and we're looking at that also. And this is where the Every Mile Counts collaborative work together, I think, can really help us fill in some of those potential gaps. And make sure that we do not have a constraint there, and at the same time, there's consumer demand and there's manufacturer supply. We also have the infrastructure piece taken care of.
Amanda, just as you're getting to the mic, I also agree with your point about flexibility at the local level. It's a lot of, as you know, what we've been given is tied to the corridors, which is important too, but it needs to build out into a more diversified system over time. My primary concern, as everyone knows, continues to be not being late to the game. Because I think this is the kind of thing that could tip more quickly than we think it will tip. And so I'm a little bit cynical about projections being not as aggressive as actuality may be. And I don't want us to be in that position as a state where we're just not able to, because it will frustrate people's experience with EVs, which I think are a critical piece of addressing climate. And then we've got to kind of reteach the public, because they've had I wouldn't say bad, they've had a mediocre first experience because they can't get fast charging. Amanda?
Yeah, thank you. So I think the key here is the partnerships piece. We all have to be working together to advance transportation electrification, and there's many parts to that. And so the biggest kind of barriers and focus areas that we've identified include infrastructure, like we've been talking about, but cost, and I think Director Whitman really hit on that side of thing, of bringing down the cost barrier that people can enter into the market and is accessible for everyone. And then there's awareness, which we work pretty closely with the Department of Energy on. And then lastly, equity, which is centered to all of this. And so even in the cost programs, as we look to how do we reduce barriers for low-income individuals, for example, and then in the infrastructure side, as we design this system. So as was mentioned, there does come some strings with the federal requirements, but what we can create with the federal requirements on the infrastructure side is a backbone system that's connected. So that will help people see that on their day-to-day trips, they can make those connections because there is charging along the way, and that's a really important thing. But with a $100 million investment that you all set forward, we can do more. So about 1/3 of the funding can go towards targeting low-income communities, multi-unit dwellings, BIPOC communities. So it really is trying to focus all sides of things. And then we know with the TINA study, the Transportation Electrification Infrastructure Needs Analysis, we looked at some of the levels that Director Whitman talked about reaching, so that we know in the next 5 years, so not even just 2035, in the next 5 years, by 2025, which is even less than 5 years, I guess, 5-fold increase in charging station. That's a boatload, official term. So there is a lot that we need to do this, but I think it's only through working together and being very conscious of those 4 pieces of infrastructure, cost, awareness, and equity that we're going to make true progress. So I think these partnerships like we're here today to showcase are key for that.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Amanda. I totally agree with that, and I am going to talk about the equity piece also a little bit from the DEQ perspective, particularly with regard to the climate protection program in just a couple of slides here. If I could get the next slide, please. So we talked about cleaner cars, cleaner engines, but actually Oregon's been working on cleaner fuels for quite some time, and so the existing Clean Fuels program has been in place now for 6-7 years, and we are over halfway to the 2025 target of a 10% reduction in the carbon intensity of our transportation fuels. And this is a market-based program that sets a market outcome, it sets an outcome and then leaves it up to the market in terms of how to get there. Similar programs exist in California. Washington just adopted Clean Fuels program, and British Columbia also has a Clean Fuels program. So seeing the success of this program, we started thinking a couple of years ago about what does the future look like beyond 2025, and what should we be looking at for future outcomes that we want to tell the market to get to. And so Colin and his staff working on this worked with consultants at UC Davis and ICF to analyze potential pathways to increasing reductions in carbon intensity of fuels, and also to model what the consequences of that would be in terms of public health. So a lot of foundational work went into this effort, and it's now we're through the Rules Advisory Committee process, and we're going to be bringing proposed rules to our commission in September of this year. There will be a public comment period, which I think is starting very, very soon.
This summer.
This summer, yeah. With public hearings on this as well. But we expect to propose to our commission an extension of the program to 2035 with a target of a 37% reduction in carbon intensity of transportation fuels. And I think an important point I want to make here is this work on pathways and scenarios also was done in close collaboration with our fuel suppliers. So this wasn't just DEQ off in a corner trying to figure out what it thought might be possible, but it was really working with the fuel suppliers about what they felt is possible as well. So we're seeing very significant investments from fuel suppliers in clean fuels. That's part of what's driving the success of the program, and very, very bullish on this particular piece. If I could get the next slide, please. So another aspect of cleaner fuels, and really a complementary, you can think of this as a complementary program, is our mainstay program, if you will, the climate protection program that was adopted by the EQC in December of this past year. And somewhat similar to the Clean Fuels program, the climate protection program sets limits. In this case, the limits are on greenhouse gas emissions from the use of various fuels, including transportation fuels, gasoline and diesel, but also including natural gas. And the targets and requirements that are set in the climate protection program will get us to, and these are mandatory, enforceable requirements for reductions by these fuel suppliers. The entities that are regulated are the fuel suppliers themselves. And they can meet those requirements by trading, by switching to cleaner fuels, as I just talked about in the Clean Fuels program, or by investing in something called community climate investments. And this is where I'm going to talk about the equity piece a little bit. So a portion of the reductions can be met by paying into a community climate investment fund that is then used to directly fund projects to reduce greenhouse gas emissions resulting from transportation and from home heating and from other uses that use fossil fuels. And so we are working on the implementation side of that program right now, but this program could generate on the order of 100 to 200, as much as $200 million a year in funding for that type of investment statewide. And so this future stream of potential investments could be a tool that could be used to fill some of these gaps, for instance, with charging infrastructure, particularly in BIPOC communities, in other vulnerable communities, including rural communities where the cost and the revenue picture for charging infrastructure may make it harder to introduce that infrastructure into rural areas. So there's a lot of potential there. And we, again, this is, as Amanda said, this is an area where we are going to be working in partnership with ODOT, with community-based organizations, with local government. We have an equity committee that Colin is in the process of standing up to help us with guidelines for these investments, but this is part of how we get to reductions from the use of these fossil fuels, and presents a major opportunity for accelerating progress toward cleaner transportation.
Director, I have a question.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How do you guys measure whether or not if the charging infrastructure is getting to those communities in which you're talking about are going to, the most vulnerable, which would need them most, i.e. BIPOC and rural communities? Do you do it? Do you source them, replace them by zip code or MFI of the area? How do you guys know? How are you going to monitor that?
Vice Chair Simpson, the Community Climate Investment Program will be administered, it actually won't be administered by DEQ. It'll be administered by one or more third parties who then contract with providers, if you will, to actually carry out those projects. But they will be required to report on the actual documented reductions in greenhouse gas emissions that are resulting from each of those projects and where those projects are occurring. So we'll be able to say both, and the rules require that we can show greenhouse gas emissions reductions from those projects. So we'll be able to show both the overall level of greenhouse gas reduction that we're achieving through this program and where those reductions are occurring as well.
And appreciate that. And then one follow-up real quick, because as I look at this image here, the one that's obviously going to be the easiest is gasoline used in vehicles, just because the market's already coming. As it relates to diesel, that's obviously going to be just more cumbersome unless you obviously are looking at, renewable biodiesels or some other form of diesel. But as to the electrification of diesel engines is going to be complex, knowing that firsthand, because it's double the cost for a commercial vehicle, which doesn't even make economic sense unless you have grants or other incentive programs to offset the cost. And then in natural gas in buildings, I know that the big conversation in Portland right now is just around the complexity of the infrastructure right now that doesn't support green, what is it? Is it green natural gas or not, and not blue natural gas or hydrogen or something like that? But there's a big area right there that it sounds like it's a very expensive price tag in order to modernize all that infrastructure. So I'm just curious about are there conversations that you're having right now as it relates to the commercial diesel vehicles as well as natural gas hurdles that they're gonna see over the next decade or so, unless it can be more affordable?
All right. Vice Chair Simpson, a number of things there. So first of all, on the diesel front, renewable diesel, biodiesel are going to be important parts of how we, particularly in the near and midterm, get reductions. We're not going to electrify freight overnight. We are going to be quite reliant on those fuels. And at the end of this presentation, I actually have a slide that kind of pulls that all together and shows what that means in terms of changing types of fuel use in Oregon. But you're right. Right now, electrification for large trucks is still very expensive, and the truck standards I talked about will be kicking in and will be pushing manufacturers to supply more of those vehicles, and cost will be coming down, but it's going to take a while. And so renewable fuels is going to be really important here for the near and medium term. And also in rural parts of the state where electrification is going to probably be slower because it's going to be more expensive to get the infrastructure out there. Again, things like renewable diesel, biodiesel are going to be very important in those parts of the state as well. I think I answered your question. Did I miss? Okay.
You did. What's that?
Oh, I didn't talk about natural gas, and just very briefly, of all the sectors, natural gas is probably going to be the hardest. And in part because of the turnover in building stock is so slow. But I will say, right now, electrification and even retrofitting for heat pumps for heating of both residential and commercial structures is at least very close to, if not cost competitive, with modernizing and replacing a natural gas furnace. Yeah. So that's there, but it is still going to take a while. People don't replace their furnaces every 10 years or 15 years. So that turnover is going to take time.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Dr. Whitman, I wanted to follow up on the Vice Chair's question about the Community and Climate Investment Program. So our notes say that this is designed to ensure that certain communities are not left behind. And so could you say more about the design element of the program that is going to ensure that? Is there something about the pricing or the structure of the program? Or is it a volume issue because those are the areas or communities that are disproportionately impacted? So it's just a numbers game. Like how do we get to ensuring that they're not left behind?
Thank you, Commissioner Burke. The short answer is that there are criteria in the Environmental Quality Commission rules for the climate protection program and the community climate investments that require prioritization for those communities. And again, operationally, that will occur largely through input from our equity committee on the implementation of that program, from everything from who do we select as the entities to be administering those funds, to what are the criteria in particular contracts with those entities, So a lot of that still, the details still has to be worked out, but the broad framework and architecture exist in the climate protection program rules that were adopted in December.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, next slide, please. I do want to just mention on the fuel side, there are some other related efforts that are supportive of this. Diesel reduction grant programs with Volkswagen mitigation funds, the requirement in the Portland metro area for retrofit of diesel engines. We received $15 million from the Oregon legislature for medium and heavy-duty vehicle charging infrastructure, and that coordination with ODOT on that, with the work that ODOT is doing, is underway and going to be important. It's not an enormous amount of money, but it'll allow us to start piloting some ideas for how to fill those gaps, particularly for medium and heavy-duty vehicles, which is, as Commissioner Simpson noted, a challenge right now. And then finally, the Clean Fuels Program also results in the generation of credits as fuel suppliers reduce the carbon intensity of fuels. They can actually generate credits that then can be used for further investments. ODOT is doing some of this by using renewable diesel in its fleet. I just spoke this morning with Oregon State Parks. They're installing electric charging station in a bunch of state parks and generating clean fuels credits that they're going to use for projects. And so again, there's some synergy between these programs. Next slide, please.
I had a quick one,
Yeah.
Director, again, I'm sorry. Around those clean fuels credits, when you're working with some of these community groups, and you guys support or invest in, the development of the infrastructure, the charging infrastructure, who would reap those credit benefits? The person owning the land, or the resources that came from either the agency or the utility or the entity?
I am going to ask Colin McConaughey to answer that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Vice Chair Simpson. For the record, Colin McConaughey with the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality. There's a couple different types of entities that generate the clean fuels credits from charging infrastructure. First and foremost, there are the operators, or the owners of a public charger, and they register with the program and generate credits based on the throughput, the amount of charging that happens at their charger. They are then able to sell those credits in the market to fuel suppliers who are generating deficits in the program, and that's one recipient of the value, is the owner, the operator of the charging infrastructure. But the bullet that Director Whitman went over in the previous slide was referring specifically to a second type of entity that generates credits from charging, and that is our electric utilities generate credits associated with the charging that occurs, the residential charging that occurs in their territories. And it is there that they have received, again, as this slide notes, over $20 million worth of clean fuels credits, and they have been investing those dollars in charging infrastructure primarily in their territories. And much of that has been actually prioritized, we've seen in their plans, and then how they've spent the money in low income and BIPOC and rural areas. So that's again not monies that are received by DEQ, not money that is primarily overseen by DEQ. It's actually, in the case of the utilities, they are primarily overseen by the Public Utility Commission. And there the PUC has worked with those utilities to develop those plans, where again we see a high prioritization for the spending of those credit values in charging infrastructure in underserved communities.
And so that's an agreement between essentially DEQ and the PUC.
Correct. DEQ has worked with the PUC in helping them understand the program, understand the value of these utilities engaging in the program. DEQ cannot require that they engage in the program, but almost 3/4 of the roughly 36 utilities in the state have opted in to, again, generate these credits and then reinvest them in their territories in the ways I was just describing.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. I mentioned at the outset that a kind of third reason for being really excited about where we're at in Oregon in terms of the transformation of our how we get around is the economic benefits to Oregon. So this slide just illustrates the number and size of facilities that have been or are being built in the state that are producing cleaner fuels. And those, range everything from renewable jet fuel that's being done at the Red Rock facility down in Lakeview to the proposed next facility up in Clatskanie in Columbia County, which I'll note that 750 million gallons, that's a really large quantity of renewable diesel. And it will be supplying not only Oregon, but also Washington, California, really the entire West Coast renewable diesel market. So we're seeing jobs come to Oregon, both construction jobs and jobs in terms of these production facilities. So that is new, and that in the past, all that value would have been going out of state to production of gasoline and diesel in other states. So it's very exciting, I think, for particularly rural parts of Oregon where these facilities are being built. Next slide, please. And then to touch briefly on the health benefits of lower fossil fuel, as I mentioned in some of the research that went into the expansion of the Clean Fuels Program, we've also been modeling future reductions in air pollution in communities in Oregon resulting from cleaner fuels. So not just electricity, but renewable diesel also has a significantly lower air pollution impacts, and so we are expecting to see really major air and public health benefits in communities that in the past have really borne a disproportionate burden of air pollution impacts. So this is another exciting aspect of the program. It's not only about climate change, it's about public health. Next slide, please. All right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
On that last slide, I know mass transit is a large user of diesel. What's happening there on conversion to renewable diesel?
Chair Van Brocklin, my understanding, and Colin will kick me if I get this wrong, but my understanding is TriMet has committed to convert to renewable diesel. So I know, and I don't need to get into a big discussion about whether there should have been more electrification, but I will say moving to renewable diesel is a solid step in the right direction in terms of both climate impacts and public health impacts from that portion of the transportation system.
I mean,
Yeah,
I would attest they're probably already using B20 or R99. I don't know.
Correct. That's my understanding as well, Vice Chair Simpson. I just wanted to add to Director Whitman's response. Obviously, TriMet is the largest transit utility in the state, so that's a really important one. But I wanted to give a plug, frankly, for the Chariots Transit District. It was, frankly, a much faster mover in this front and has been operating both electric buses and propane-powered buses, including renewable propane, which is maybe not a fuel we hear too much about, but actually, Oregon has some of the highest penetration of propane-powered buses in the country, and we are actually one of the few places, as we understand it, that where we see renewable propane production sinking here in the state because of that. And again, Chariots has been a real active first or very early mover on this front amongst transit districts.
Thank you.
Can you clarify Chariots? I'm not familiar with that.
They're
transit agency here? Okay, Salem, got it.
Right here.
I apologize, Salem.
I was looking it up.
All right, next slide, please. So I wanted to end on this slide because, the elephant in the room in the presentation that I just spent the last half hour plus on is change in transportation fuels that is occurring and that will continue to occur and to some degree accelerate over the next 12, 13 years. We are projecting with the changes in engines and fuels that I just talked about, that the quantity of gasoline that's used in Oregon will be about 50% of what it is currently by 2035. And there also will be a reduction in diesel, not quite to the same degree. So the obvious, elephant in the room, if you will, is that is going to have an impact on the main funding source for our transportation systems. And I know you all know that. I want you all to know that we understand that there is an inevitable tension here between the work we're doing to improve public health and improve what we're doing on climate and figure out how we're going to pay for our transportation system. And I have no easy answers to that. I doubt anybody has easy answers to that. But Oregonians need to understand, as we're moving how we fuel our transportation system in these directions, there are enormous benefits to us in terms of health, in terms of climate, in terms of our economy. But we are going to have a serious conversation about how do we pay for our transportation systems. And so, I will just offer that DEQ is happy to help provide technical support as you all start to have those conversations. And we believe strongly this is the direction that we have to move in, but we also acknowledge publicly that this will raise some difficult questions for Oregonians about how do we pay for all this.
Yeah, we agree. And we understand that it's a bullet one in particular is kind of right in our zone here. And what I will say is we just had a conversation a little while ago about frustration that will come if we don't have adequate EV charging infrastructure. It will also come if people buy cars and do not have adequate roadways and bridges. Mm-hmm. And unless we're willing to say we're going to move away from automobiles and trucks as well, then I think the question we've teed up and you're now teeing up is essential to the success of much of what you just talked about. Because consumer frustration is not our goal.
Okay, on that.
Or I could put it another way, electoral frustration.
Yeah. Yep. And of course, this is all the more difficult because we have in Oregon embedded much of our systems in terms of how we pay for this in our Constitution. So we're going to have to work through that, and look forward to being a constructive partner in that conversation. And because I think we all want to get to the same place. Now we just need to figure out how to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. We agree. It's good to have another lawyer that think through the Constitution. Yeah. Thank you all very much. This is very helpful, and we look forward to more of these. Collaboration is going to have to go up dramatically for all the reasons you said. And, we've enjoyed the work that Chris and I were involved with you and others that you mentioned early on. Yeah. And that needs to be a model for a lot of other things. Chris, you may have a comment on that.
Well, I just have one, and that's an appreciation to Director Whitman, because this is a very difficult issue to talk about. We're trying to accomplish, I think, big things in this state, and sometimes on the path to doing the right thing, there's consequence, and if we don't talk about that consequence at the same time, then we might create a remedy that doesn't actually serve the purpose. So I would just offer that 10 years in transportation time and in the time of climate continuum is a blink of an eye. And so we have to be talking about replacement revenue sources, opportunities, and equitable ways to really address the needs of the system. Just one of the complex issues and the connections to electrifying the heavy truck fleet, for example. We are heavily reliant. We are a freight dependent and export state, just like many of our peer states on either side of us. And that means we're moving a lot of our freight by truck. And something as simple or something as convenient as saying we need to transition to EV, I think is the right thing to do, and other fuel sources. But the battery weights right now contribute to much higher weights and therefore lessening the carrying capacity. So it could actually contribute to more trucks on the road by shifting to EV, right? So we have to take all of those into consideration as we're contemplating the next step and recognizing the next step is literally tomorrow.
Right, and we're also choosing technologies that are in evolution. So we talk about charging stations, but there's also technology out there, although quite expensive, to put charging in the lanes themselves, so you will recharge the vehicle as you're on the highway, which of course, if it could be funded and could be installed without, cost prohibitive kinds of investments, would be and it worked, would be a tremendous solution, because then you wouldn't go to a charging station. You just drive the highway and you'd be charging as you were riding. But so when you got a 10-year window or a 12-year window or whatever the window is, you have to make choices, you have to place bets, and you have to do the best you can to try and get them right. The one thing, that's why I keep coming back to this point about we have to be ready for the tipping, because I think with the private sector where they are, it's entirely possible they'll move faster than government. We can't let that happen.
If I could, Chair Van Broeklen, I think that's right. And the main constraints we're seeing now are not on the demand side. I don't think the main constraint is on the demand side. It's on the supply side and on the infrastructure side.
Right. I agree.
Yep. Thank you all.
So we'll see you again soon.
Yep.
Thank you, Director.
Okay, now we move from that set of challenges to an interstate bridge across the Columbia River.
Even more opportunity.
Just
Yeah.
teeny tiny.
We get nothing but small and simple tasks.
They're opportunities, they're
There
not
are
challenges.
opportunity knocked again. Mr. Maybe, welcome. Greg, welcome. Good to see you here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Thank you for the opportunity to update you on where we're at on the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. For the record, I'm Greg Johnson, the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program Administrator, and I am here with my Assistant Program Administrator, Ray Maybe. So we want to quickly run through, we are at a very exciting part of the program where we are going to be talking about our locally preferred alternative, which we have announced, and we wanted to come before this commission and bring you up to date on where we're at. So the first thing we want to talk about is how we got to where we were. So we're going to go to the next slide, please. So this is our timeline. As you will recognize on the left, that was the prior planning efforts, the Columbia River Crossing Program. In 2019, the governors came together with a relaunch and a renaming of the program as the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. And we are right now in that little center gray dot that says identify the IBR solution, or what we are calling the draft locally preferred alternative. And what this is the pillars of what we plan on taking into the NEPA phase, which is the National Environmental Policy Act phase, to dig deep and see if there are any fatal flaws as we seek federal approval to move this forward with federal funds. So we are still shooting for being done with the supplemental environmental impact process late in 2023, which will move us into a pre-construction or early design phase. And starting construction in 2025. Next slide, please. So what we did over the last year was identify a number of different scenarios of how we could fit these together to meet the needs while still holding stable the important things that not only this commission but other partners have put on the table for us, such as climate awareness as well as equity. So we are now looking at several different elements of this locally preferred alternative that we want to present to you today. So we'll talk about transit investments, Hayden Island, Marine Drive interchanges, auxiliary lanes, and then there's some other program recommendations that we are looking forward to sharing with you. So next slide, please. So we started off with a wide number of scenarios, and we looked at, all of them included replacing the bridge. And we've gone through looking at whether this should be a tunnel, whether the other proposals that were proposed early on in the life of this project would meet purpose and need, and we landed on that a bridge replacement is the steady state idea that meets purpose and need and is the most efficient to achieve the goals that have been set for us. So we also looked at the number of auxiliary lanes, and that varied. So we looked at 0 as an option. We looked at 1, we looked at 2, and we looked at 3 auxiliary lanes. We also looked at should we use such tactics and techniques such as system demand management. And we all agreed in any scenario, demand management would be appropriate to try and make sure that we are giving folks choices and giving folks opportunities to get out of the automobile mode to seek other modes and manage the demand in the corridor rather than just letting the corridor manage itself. So we also looked at the Hayden Island, and we looked at several options on Hayden Island. Should there be a full interchange? Should there be no interchange? Or should there be partial interchange? So we will be talking to you about that. And also on the transit investment, we came to some very, I won't say early, but some very conclusive where we knew that the only scenario that was going to satisfy all of the partners was a light rail in combination with the bus rapid transit that exists in the Vancouver area. So we held that as a steady state proposal as well. So next slide, please. So we then took these scenarios down to 2, where once again we held replace and light rail. For Hayden Island, we looked at partial and full. Sorry, we don't have,
Our confidence monitor, we can't read it, but we can read that.
It slipped and fell earlier.
It's a little blue after its fall.
so we also have concluded that in any scenario, system demand management. And what we mean by that, we're looking at variable price tolling, not only to help pay for the bridge itself, but also to help manage the demand and manage traffic through this corridor. And finally, we narrowed our options down to 1 or 2 auxiliary lanes that we would study. So from there, let's go to the next slide. We went to in-depth to look at the transit investment, and here is what we found. We found that the preferred mode is light rail transit, but this is in combination with a I-5 running alignment. The last go-round, we had light rail going into downtown Vancouver, which was going to be very disruptive to that downtown community and to their economic development plans. So this is a change from what we were doing the last go-round. So right now, we're looking at running it adjacent to I-5. We're also looking at a different terminus that we want to study in this next phase, and that terminus is Evergreen. This is about a little more than a quarter mile short of what the last CRC had proposed for a terminus at Clark College, but things have changed. We've had conversations with Clark College, and they are not enamored with the idea of having a huge park and ride on their campus. So Evergreen is a great location because right now that's where the planned confluence of BRT routes will come. It's close to the downtown and it fits into the community's economic development plan. So we also are going to be studying in this next phase, where are those station locations? We know that there will be a station location for light rail on Hayden Island. We also know that there will be a station location near the waterfront in Vancouver. And so we're going to be putting more meat on those bones as we move forward. We're looking at how the operations and maintenance for light rail pushing into Vancouver will be paid for. That's a key issue for C-Tran, our transit partner in Southwest Washington. We also are looking at system improvements along TriMet's entire system to make sure we are getting the most efficient light rail system to move people between downtown Vancouver and downtown Portland. So this is the commitments that we have in studying further into this next phase of the program. So next slide, please. So some of the key takeaways. This is actually a combined high-capacity transit system. So while we're going to utilize light rail across the bridge, we will also be using C-Tran's bus rapid transit system to connect and move people to connect with light rail in Vancouver. We also will be utilizing express bus that currently runs in lanes across the bridge going to downtown Portland. So we know that we will be having shoulder areas where that bus will not have to be in traffic as it crosses into Oregon and makes its way to downtown Portland. We're also looking at how we can utilize other aspects of the transit system to make this most efficient. C-Tran and the City of Vancouver has committed to having as few displacements as possible. They're looking at how can they make sure that we are utilizing such elements as on-demand services for transit, that we can use microtransit to move people to these stations to make sure that we are addressing equity issues. So there are a number of other issues. This expansion of LRT is the yellow line. The yellow line currently stops at the Expo Center, but this is going to be an integration, extending that and tying it directly in. And it's been phrased that we are maximizing the benefits of both systems to create an integrated system that moves people across the river. So once again, we are improving access in a significant way with this investment. And we know that, once again, light rail is more competitive for federal transit dollars because it can move people more efficiently. Not that bus rapid transit is not competitive, but light rail generally gets funded at a higher level. So next slide, please. So some of the other considerations, we knew that the Evergreen terminus being short of what was proposed last time was going to be scrutinized, but we also know that there are benefits. We knew that there were fewer property impacts, the connections to the downtown library area, and the plans are to build a pedestrian mall across I-5 that connects it with Fort Vancouver and the destinations on the other side of I-5. So these things, the connections with jobs and services, and you're going to see in one of our later slides that the station location, we're going to have an additional 3,000 people who are within a half-a-mile walking distance to proposed station areas in Vancouver. So transfer opportunities will be enhanced. We also know that the City of Vancouver and CTRAN has talked about how their downtown couplet of Broadway and Washington and downtown Vancouver, we won't have to disrupt that BRT setup that they have there, and it can only be enhanced by connecting it to Evergreen. So once again, the growth on the waterfront has been tremendous in Vancouver, so these are part of the changes that have spurred this change in our transit investment strategy from the last go-round. So we've heard from our advisory groups, as we have spoke to you before, we have an equity advisory group. And so if you'll go to the next slide, please. So we know that the equity priority communities have expressed a great interest in the mode of high-capacity transit. And so they are focusing on accessibility and dependability and timing for the transit options. So we have, we've worked with our equity advisory group, and they have given us their input on this issue. We've also had great conversations with our community advisory group. And once again, they have told us that they are supportive of the light rail and the combination of light rail, bus rapid transit as we move forward. Congestion relief is still a top priority from the community advisory group, as well as reliability to make sure that those trips don't change from day to day, that you can have an expectation of moving so far, so fast on any given day. Next slide, please. So we've done a number of touches in the community. At this point, we've probably had over 35,000 touches with different folks through surveys, through meetings. But what we heard from our community feedback survey was there is widespread support for high-capacity transit and light rail specifically. We also know that they are desiring greater connectivity between Vancouver and Portland. We also know that travel time on a high-capacity transit system is a key element that they are looking forward to experiencing with what we build here. And once again, there are preferences for where these stations should go. So we know that the Vancouver waterfront, Clark College, the Expo Center, Hayden Island, and finally the Vancouver Library or Evergreen were all identified as key locations where folks want to see stations where they can connect to this high-capacity transit system. So we also did, just recently, this past April, we had a scientific poll that looked at population and population groups and specifically reached out to those groups. And what we found that there is strong support, not only in Portland, but in Vancouver and in Clark County. There is a majority of folks who want to see light rail extended across the river. This was different than what we saw 10 years ago. So we know that now there are 79% of total respondents in the overall Portland, Vancouver metropolitan area are supportive of light rail moving forward. And if you can see those smaller numbers, 84% in Portland metro area, 90% in the city of Portland, and Clark County, 61%. That includes Vancouver. When you take Vancouver out of that, you're still at 57%. So, and finally, the city of Vancouver alone is 69% supportive of light rail. So things have changed in these 10 years, and our recommendation for transit investment is reflective of those changes that we have seen. So, next slide. So I'm going to now turn it over to Mr. Mabee to walk us through what we have heard on Hayden Island and auxiliary lanes.
Thank you, Greg. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Mabee, Assistant Program Administrator for the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. Chair Van Brocklin, Vice Chair Simpson, Commissioners. I'm going to follow the same kind of format that Greg has set, talking about first the Hayden Island Marine Drive interchanges and then auxiliary lanes first, and then moving into the key takeaways of each and then what we've heard. So what we're looking at here is some of the key assumptions that we examined as we looked at the options for Marine Drive and Hayden Island. They all assumed replacement of the North Portland Harbor Bridge between North Portland and Marine Drive. What you see in the diagram on the screen is the 2013 LPA from the Columbia River Crossing Project. In that, they were proposing to widen and seismically retrofit. A lot has changed since then. The bridge has gotten older, and what we've learned about seismic retrofits in conditions like this is it's nearing cost prohibitive. So we're looking to replace that to provide consistent seismic resiliency through the corridor, as well as it opens up design options for the interchanges and the bridge alignment. Second, we looked at an assuming local access for traffic between the island and North Portland. What we heard from the community there was a need for access off the island separate from the interstate. And then also looking at a separate multi-use path to handle those that are walking, biking, or rolling, to provide a separate shared use path also from the island to North Portland. And then lastly, like Greg mentioned earlier, a transit station for light rail, a high-capacity transit mode on Hayden Island. These interchanges are so closely spaced that we really consider them an interchange complex that interacts together. Next slide, please. So what you're looking at here is the program recommendation for Marine Drive, Hayden Island. It includes a full interchange on Marine Drive. And if you look at the lower right side of the left diagram and the lower left of the right diagram and lower right of the left diagram, you'll see, sorry, I'm confusing myself here. You'll see what we call a single point urban interchange. That is Marine Drive. And then off in the distance in both of those is Hayden Island, where a partial interchange exists. And our creative name for this option is the partial interchange option. And it includes access from Vancouver to the north to the island. So there's access running south to access Hayden Island, and then going north from Hayden Island to Vancouver, where access to North Portland and Marine Drive would be accessed by local access bridge and the local streets then to connect into Marine Drive. What that does is it pulls some of those local trips that want to stay off the interstate system off the interstate and moving those trips so we free up the interstate. Yeah, next slide, please. So some of the key takeaways we have on the partial interchange is achieving what we heard as goals from our partners and community on Island, is that looking for that smaller footprint. In fact, if we could go back one slide and then two. There you go. So, one more forward. There you go. If you look at that, the right portion of that interchange, of that diagram, that's Hayden Island. And you can see that full interchange and how much space it takes. Now let's go to the next slide. Now, if you see in the interchange off the distance on the island, you can see the difference in the impact and footprint on the island. Thank you. Next slide, please. So as we looked at that also, that option, we were looking to minimize and avoid our impacts, and we believe that we have an opportunity to have fewer impacts on the floating homes in the area. We also think that the smaller scale and complexity of the interchanges will have a higher quality experience for active transportation and transit on the island. And as I mentioned before, that the Hayden Island access to and from Portland would be from local roads through I-5 ramps that cross under the Marine Drive interchange. And then access from Hayden Island to Vancouver would be via I-5 ramps. Next slide, please. So similar to what Greg shared, we'll step through what we've heard from our different groups. Our Equity Advisory Group took a look at this and shared that the equity framework and criteria that they developed were incorporated into the process, but they found that given all the data and complexity of the situation, it's difficult to understand how all the information was used and some of those trade-offs. They let us know that it was crucial for us to focus on the human experience and the impact on the community there. And since there are changes in the way traffic flows, they stressed that wayfinding signage really needs to be given a priority. Our Community Advisory Group reinforced that we're looking for the smallest footprint on Hayden Island. They also wanted to make sure that we are considering freight needs. The Marine Drive interchange supports interactions directly to the Port of Portland and has heavy freight use. And then also for us to consider our active transportation and safety and access there, which is why we've looked at a separate multi-use path. Next slide, please. On our community survey, we heard that, similar to what Greg mentioned earlier, that with a similar a main and strong theme is providing congestion relief. So prioritizing congestion relief on I-5 near the island and providing safe intersections and road improvements was key. They also, for our respondents that lived in Washington, they were more interested in having direct access to the island, as you might imagine. There is retail area there that many people take advantage of. But while the Oregon residents really preferred access to the island through local access roads. Our community opinion poll that Greg mentioned earlier found that Oregon residents drive to Hayden Island only just a few times a year and didn't really express much interest in what happened there on those interchanges. But we had a great deal of interest from the Washington residents that are more likely to drive to Hayden Island and more likely to be interested in those interchange options. All right, next slide, please. So next I'll move into the auxiliary lane options. And I think it's important to note that auxiliary lanes impact the operations and safety and scale of the whole program. So these are important features to be aware of. Auxiliary lanes facilitate the acceleration, deceleration, and merging and weaving of traffic coming on and off the interstate. They also facilitate ramp-to-ramp connections, so folks that don't necessarily want to get on the interstate but want to access and get off at the next interchange down the road. And so we looked at three options. The no-build option, which in the no-build, there's actually auxiliary lanes that exist today in the program area. The one-lane auxiliary option, and we're focusing on the connection between the two ports for that auxiliary lane from Marine Drive in Oregon and Mill Plain in Washington. The Mill Plain intersection goes to the port of Vancouver. There's differences in the freight they move, Oregon, the Port of Portland is typically a freight container movement, whereas the Port of Vancouver moves over dimensional loads that are high, wide, and heavy. So they have different needs. We also looked at the 2-lane option. Next slide, please. So our program recommendation is actually to move forward with a 1 auxiliary lane between Hayden Island, Marine Drive and Mill Plain interchanges, and that is northbound and southbound. We've chosen that to take into study through the supplemental environmental impact statement process, considering what we've heard from our program members, lesser impacts, but improvements in the operations of the system. Next slide, please. So some of the benefits of an auxiliary lane, 1 auxiliary lane compared to the no build, and our design year is 2045, that's what you see there, is that southbound travel times in the afternoon, in the morning, are reduced by 3 minutes between the I-5 and 205 split and I-405. Whereas afternoon travel times in the northbound travel is reduced by 11 minutes between Broadway and SR 500. The single lane has overall reductions in congestion. However, while congestion is similar in the AM and PM peaks, there are off-peak benefits, including our weekends. We do see faster congestion recovery from the addition of the auxiliary lane, from crashes and incidents that happen, and we do expect decreases in crashes, improving safety. The auxiliary lane also facilitates a mode shift. We expect transit shares to increase from 4% to 11% compared to the no build. And given the fact that we've got that auxiliary lane that can facilitate, no problem, that ramp-to-ramp connection, we would see lane balancing, which is a term we could talk about. We'd see fewer lane changes due to that lane balancing. So that means more ability for the vehicles to keep traveling at speed. That lack of idling due to the congestion relief would allow the vehicles to operate more efficiently and reducing greenhouse gas emissions from idling vehicles. Next slide, please. So let's move into what we've heard. So our Equity Advisory Group want to understand the differences in our property impacts between 1 and 2 auxiliary lanes. And we'll be studying that as we move forward. Both travel time and the environmental impacts were important from an equity standpoint to our Equity Advisory Group. And they wanted to be, for us to be thinking about the projected demographic changes and what that might mean in travel and volumes. Whereas our Community Advisory Group was looking for options that maximize the capacity and minimize congestion. They thought that the 2 auxiliary lanes seemed like the right decision. Now, combined with transit considerations, they thought that 1 auxiliary lane is appropriate. They believe that the 2 auxiliary lanes addressed congestion and would be the best value. But they said that congestion and safety are major values of the Community Advisory Group, and having auxiliary lanes at all addressed these priorities. Next slide, please. So in our community survey, we heard some things that may be a little bit mixed up or conflicting. These are complex issues. They said that they desire to have both congestion relief and reduction in greenhouse gases. However, there was mixed feedback on the number of lanes. Some wanted to see them increased, whereas others not at all due to environmental concerns. And there was a concern around, again, to the impacts to property, and the property to business impacts, neighborhoods, and residences. Our opinion poll, Greg mentioned earlier, showed that there is a large support for auxiliary lanes, but looking at the 1 versus 2, We had about 85 of the respondents strongly or somewhat supporting the one auxiliary lane. A little less than that, 74%, supporting two auxiliary lane options. And then as we dug a little deeper and shared some of the trade-offs and benefits, respondents tended to favor the two auxiliary lane option by a slim majority. We saw a difference between folks on the north side and south side of the river. Clark County residents were more likely to select the two auxiliary lanes, whereas Oregon residents were split with the two and single lane options. Next slide, please, and I'll turn it back over to Administrator Johnson.
So we can go past this slide because it just speaks to the scenarios that were developed that got us to the single recommendation. So this next slide.
Excuse me.
Greg,
Before
question.
before you go on, I have a question for Ray. Why is it, do you think, that Clark County residents preferred two auxiliary lanes versus the Oregon residents being split?
That's a very good question, Commissioner Burke. We do know that a lot of Clark County residents travel to their jobs in Oregon, and if I was to venture a guess, they would be looking for opportunities to minimize the congestion and travel times to their work. Dr. Strickler?
Yeah, I might just add, Commissioner Burke, a couple of things from the past, and I promise not to do this every time they come to the table, by the way. But the 2005 timeframe had data that would suggest roughly 60,000 Clark County residents would come into Oregon for work on a daily basis. And so you pair that with not just the fact that that number of people coming across the river, but also that the Washington side routinely invested in the I-5 corridor in a way to manage those bottlenecks north of the river. And they see the river and the bridge as the final bottleneck in the system until you get into the Oregon side. And so the public opinion is quite different on both sides of the river. And many of those in Washington feel as though they don't have the earning potential in Washington in the same way that they do in Oregon, so they feel forced to make that trip. I don't know what the numbers are today, but again, as of 2005, 60,000 of them were coming into Oregon.
I think we are now up to 70,000.
Wow. Okay.
But we appreciate your input at any time, Director Strickler, having lived this thing. So what this all brought us to was our IBR recommendation, or the modified locally preferred alternative. So we are proposing to take this before commissions of the partners, and with this commission being one of those partner commissions, a partial interchange on Hayden Island, to study one auxiliary lane to see if that does meet the purpose and need of the program. Light rail across the bridge to Evergreen to tie into bus rapid transit, and to use variable rate tolling as a demand management tool and to help pay for the bridge. So all of these things that you see in the bottom is the payoff that you can see some of the benefits that occur. So with the stations, you see more than 3,000 residents are within a half-mile walk of proposed station general locations in this corridor. So that is a 26% increase for BIPOC populations and a 41% increase for low-income populations. So you also see that the job accessibility via transit increases significantly with the Evergreen station or Evergreen terminus. So 68% general, 73% BIPOC, more access to jobs, 59% low income, and 71% more people with disabilities in this corridor will have better access to jobs. On the climate side, you can see greenhouse gas reduction, and The interesting thing about this statistic, this is looking only at the mode shift that would occur with more people now taking transit. It doesn't look at, okay, we're going to have a smarter bridge, we're going to have a better operating bridge that will also help reduce greenhouse gas emissions in this corridor. And finally, we know demand management, traffic operation efficiencies, mode shift, and low carbon emission construction strategies will also help improve and have better strategies to combat climate change. So next slide, please. So the other components of this locally preferred alternative is replacing the bridge, of course, with a seismically sound bridge, 3 through lanes northbound, 3 through lanes southbound. Prioritizing a comprehensive transit network that includes both light rail and bus rapid transit, express bus, microtransit solutions, all of those things to make this a comprehensive solution for this corridor. Having a safe and comfortable active transportation where you can walk or bike or roll across this bridge in a comfortable way. And I've got to tell you, I've now made 10 walking trips back and forth across this bridge, and it is one of the worst experiences. As I was walking one time, I was actually on a community advisory group meeting, and a stone popped up and hit me in the middle of my forehead. So I tell you, we're looking to make this a pleasurable and modern experience for folks who travel this corridor by things other than vehicles. So the replacement of the North Portland Harbor Bridge, Ray talked about, variable price tolling, we will be using for funding, but also to manage congestion and improve multimodal mobility in the corridor, and also making the improvements to these interchanges within the program corridor. Next slide, please. So what we are doing, we are not at a final step. And a lot of folks have said, well, is this it? This is not it. What we are doing is taking this locally preferred alternative to boards for you guys to think about, give us your feedback at a later meeting to tell us, or you can give us feedback at this meeting, but definitively at a meeting in July, and tell us what you think of this new proposal that's on the table. Has it met your expectations? Have we listened to the community? Have we followed the charge that you've given us? So we will be hopefully taking all of the input from the boards and councils and going forward to the executive steering group, which Director Strickler sits on, along with 9 other transportation leaders in the area. And we will be seeking their approval to move this into the next phase of the program. We know that we will have a lot more work to do. This is just telling us what we're going to study more in depth in that next phase. So let's go to the next slide, please. So this is that timeline that I'm speaking of. So between now and June 14th, we'll have presented to all the boards and councils of what this modified locally preferred alternative is. And we will be taking all of their input. Between the June and July, the partner boards and councils, we will be looking for an endorsement of this modified locally preferred alternative. And finally, on July 21st, we will be going, in the morning, we will be going before the executive steering group, and in the afternoon before the bi-state legislative team for final endorsement to move this forward. So next slide, please. So this graphic shows how all of this fits together. We still have a lot of work to do. We're at that smaller circle to get to this locally preferred alternative. The supplemental environmental impact statement process will be tremendously involved and will be tremendously public-facing, as we will be digging into more scenarios, having develop more design. Right now, we're probably at 2% design. We're hoping to now take that to probably getting us close to 5 to 10% design, so you can start seeing what will some of the aesthetics be, what will some of the impacts on floating homes or other businesses in this corridor look like. So hopefully with that done, we will then take a final document to our federal partners for their sign-off to say, yes, you have met all the conditions, yes, you have listened and talked to the community in a dialogue, and then we will be seeking their approval for a amended record of decision. And what that will do is that will give us the ability to now go for federal funds that are available through that IIJA legislation that was passed last fall. So next slide, please. So what you will see from us, if we are successful moving through this portion, you will see an update to the conceptual finance plan. Now with these new details that we understand more concisely of what we're looking to build, we will have a conceptual finance plan that will take us from a 10,000-foot view of this down to probably a 500-foot view of what this thing will cost and what these impacts will be. We will be having additional discussions with you and other appropriate bodies about tolling in the 2023 legislative sessions and in our communications back with this board. And once again, we will be looking to apply for federal grant funding in 2023 as we know exactly what we are looking to design and build. So you're going to see more graphics coming from us that speak to the urban design, how this fits into the context of the communities, how it fits truly into Hayden Island, how it fits into downtown Vancouver. We will be having more conversation with the tribal governments. We have been having a robust conversation with them and their concerns regarding this project. More detailed design, and once again, as we stay on target, we're looking to begin construction in late 2025. So with that, we will take any questions or concerns that this commission may have.
Well, that's a lot to think about. Let me ask a couple of questions and then turn to others. So if you go to slide 19, if that's possible to get to slide 19. So one of the things I want to make sure I understand is the benefits with some particularity. And for me, this first, the travel time improvements. So we have congestion, we're trying to reduce congestion. We do this project, how much are we reducing congestion? That's really the question. And I'm seeing here, so I'm trying to make sure I understand these first couple of, this first bullet and two sub-bullets, 3 minutes and 11 minutes. So I-5, I-205 to, that's split to I-405, so that gets you, that's the kind of, I want to make sure I understand these termini. So when I think of I-5, 205, I'm thinking of way south of the downtown, right? I think we're at Forks?
Yeah, this is
Where
the
205
north-
starts? Or are you talking about
Yeah,
on the
this
north
is the
end?
northern
Okay.
split.
because that wouldn't make any sense, what I just said. So, so I-5-205 on the north end.
Yes.
So that's like, I think that's milepost 9 or something up north. It then takes you down through Vancouver and down to 405, which is the split over the Fremont, right? Is that right? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
That segment? So on the southbound AM travel time, there's a 3-minute differential on average, and on the northbound PM, coming back out of Oregon into Washington, it's 11 minutes between Broadway and SR 500. Okay. So I'm just trying to get a sense of how much impact we're getting there on congestion. In other words, how much better is it? And I'm turning to you a little bit because I know this is year 200 for you on the Interstate Bridge project.
Yeah, I'm really 212 years old.
Yeah,
That's right.
exactly. This thing will age you.
Yeah, it will.
I was feeling that a little bit during the presentation. Great presentation, not a diss on the presentation, just, it's a lot to follow. So I'm trying to get, congestion relief, that's the question.
Yeah,
How
so-
much?
So let me, I'll pose the question in a different way, but I think gets to what you're looking for, Mr. Chair, and that is, these travel time savings are peak hour, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the difference there is the peak hour is the peak of the peak. And so the question becomes, how long is that peak hour? Is that peak hour truly an hour?
Right.
Which is kind of a typical frame of reference for the engineer in all of us. But at least in previous analysis, that peak hour was actually 5.5 hours. And so what this may actually benefit is during the peak of the peak, you might have a 3-minute travel time savings between I-5-205 split to I-405, but you might be reducing those shoulder periods down to the length of congestion or the duration of congestion. So do we have that data and that information in both directions?
We do. There's a lot more behind these numbers that
I'm sure.
we could have made this presentation much longer, but
Thank you.
we chose this just as a demonstration because this is where you gain and lose a lot of incoming and outgoing traffic at these termini. So the thing that we know that we can't build our way out of congestion.
Right.
So what we're trying to do is operate the system better. We're trying to make the trips more reliable. So every day, you know that when you get on, it's going to take you a relative similar amount every day because we now will have safety shoulders where accidents can be moved over. We can't build our way out of congestion. The area is growing, we know that, and we are trying to create a situation where things can operate much better than they do. The addition of one auxiliary lane does make some significant improvements to that reliability as well as reducing some of the congestion. One of the things that we will show you eventually are heat maps that show congestion in different colors that
Yep.
says, okay, if you do this, the intensity shrinks, or if you do this, the intensity grows of the congestion. So those are all important considerations that we're looking forward to diving in deeper and bringing more information as we go through this next phase and talk about things that we can make this better.
So, and maybe that's very helpful. So maybe what we can do we don't have a lot of time today, but maybe what we could do among the four of us is to just identify some subject areas we'd like to know more about. So I think the public is thinking about these investments. And I hesitate talking for the public, but because it's obviously diverse viewpoints. But I think in all of these projects, they're the mega projects, and the reason we have an urban mobility strategy, and we have the office, and we have the staff, is to try to address very large projects on a scale other than arguably the light rail system that we just haven't done in Oregon really since we built the interstate system, which was before any of us, we weren't involved. That was prior generation, right? So when I think about the 205 bridge, okay, maybe Chris was involved.
200 years.
The 205 project, the Rose Quarter project, this project, and others. What people, 217, et cetera, what people are looking for in these big projects is a change in their experience, and I think that includes congestion relief, as most people think about it, that I'll be able to go from A to B faster and more reliably. So I want to get at whether that, if and when we do this project, will this piece of the system deliver that expectation? Because I think if we go spend $4 billion on a project and it doesn't move the needle, we have a very dissatisfied populace. So that's what I'm getting at on congestion relief, which is, this is travel time improvements, is I think that's a primary expectation. And I realize it's a complicated question because you're talking about BRT and you're talking about light rail and you're talking about a number of other features that should diversify the travel choices. So it's, to some extent, it's based on a set of assumptions, but I just want to understand what we think is going to happen. I'm just going to quickly go through the 3 or 4 things so congestion relief for me is one of those areas.
Okay.
Another area is cost escalation, okay? No one in this room or outside this room misunderstand these comments. I'm not blaming anybody, okay? I-205 project goes from where it was to where it ended up, 375 to 495. Not blaming anybody. I mean, escalation, we have an entire country that's working on trying to get inflation under control. So that to me is another one, cost escalation, because we saw that on 205, we've seen escalation on Rose Quarter, and I want to have some kind of an understanding of what might happen on this, because this is a really big project with a really big number, and if we have $125 million or $115, whatever it is, $120 million increase on I-205, we have $750 million increase on Rose Quarter. Those are smaller than this one. So what could happen here? Because money is tight. So I want to know more about cost escalation. If we say it's going to cost $4 billion, what's that actually going to cost? Or might it cost? And what's our contingency planning for that? Because if the number is substantially bigger than it is on these, if it doubled at Rose Quarter, now I know there were major design changes there. What could happen here? And I want to have some sense of it now, not down the line. I want to know what could happen. I know it's speculative.
I will jump in real quick, and then I'll let Ray jump in as well. We are obligated under the federal processes to do a risk analysis and a risk summary of what could go wrong. And we will be capturing some of those risk elements. And the more you identify risk, the more you can kind of close the circle around those type of inflationary and escalation costs. So those things will be a part of what we look at going into this next year and beyond. So, Rick.
Yeah, Chair Van Brockland, right and proper questions to ask. As Greg mentioned earlier, as we come out of this work this summer with the recommended locally preferred alternative, we will be building a new program estimate range and doing a risk-based estimating process to understand that and quantifying the risk. So we have a range of costs, and we'll be escalating that to the years of expenditure, because it will be years. It's probably a 10-plus construction window of years. And that will help inform our estimate range, but we'll be looking at the escalation rates we're seeing today and factoring that into our work. Now, we're not expecting to go to construction until 2025. A lot can happen there.
Right,
And
of
we
course.
saw the last time this inflation happened early in the years of the OTIA program. And then things changed dramatically not soon after that.
Sure.
So, but we'll be doing that work to understand the estimate and factor in the things we're seeing today.
And then the other one was mode split. I want to understand mode split on the project. What do we expect to happen there? And then I may have a couple of others, but I'm just trying to get a big picture sense of benefits, costs. So, and then what changes with more transit? I'm assuming there's a different mode split with a modern system. The transit, I mean, extending transit into Vancouver presumably will lead to a different mode split on, I'll just say, the north end of Oregon's I-5 system and the south part of Washington's I-5 system, whatever the parameters of that are, that it should lead to a different mix of choices and a more multimodal system and a more multimodal user split and mode usage. So those three things are of interest to me, and there may be several other subjects that other members of the commission want to add to this list or try and subtract one of mine, but I think all mine should stay on for now. So others?
Maybe to put a finer point on your question.
Please do.
Chair, with respect to the cost estimates, I'm wondering how much more can you tell us before the locally preferred alternative is selected, right? Before we confirm that, will, the value of that information this summer, for example, versus beyond the summer?
So right now, our ballpark, and that's truly what it is still 3.2 to 4.8 billion. We know if we go light rail, it trends towards a 4.8. We know that we are shorter than the last go-round, so that takes some dollars off. But we know there's also inflation and supply chain issues that have to be taken into account. So by this December, we will have, once again, a more concrete, more focused look at what cost could be given what we are studying in this supplemental environmental impact process.
And I just say that, following up again on something the wise chair said, is that we know we're going to need to have more discussions about the funding with the legislature. And so continuing to keep, as that turns over as well, right, that we need to keep having those conversations and making sure that they understand what the different options mean with respect to the cost.
Yeah, one of the key things that is different from the Columbia River Crossing project years ago is that we do have the bi-state legislative committee where 8 members of the Oregon legislature we're meeting with them we just met with them last Friday, and we've been meeting with them twice a month here. And so they understand what's coming, what's going to be on their plate for the 2023 session. So, and we're going to continue to have those conversations, even with a broader set of legislators as part of No Surprises.
But I think I might add, if I can, Mr. Chair.
Sure, of course.
One of the pieces of data that might be helpful for the commission as they consider just what the overall cost implication is, because they're considering an urban mobility strategy, and they're coming up after this presentation to talk a little bit about that as well. I think one of the factors that's going to be really important for the commission is What has inflation done over the last 10 years? If you take the same project that was designed before, you inflate it to today, how much is that? You know, I'll throw my number out, which I suggest we never do, by the way, but I'll throw my number out. It's increased, if you don't change the scope at all, it's increased about $1 billion. And that's a lot in 10 years. And so urgency matters, getting to decision, getting something out, and creating a finance plan that allows you to do that. But it also means you have very big bites, because these projects that we're talking about as part of the urban mobility strategy and pairing it with the IBR project are projects that have been in the need and making for decades. And we're trying to get them all started right now.
Yeah, and just one, and then I'll stop, but just one final point, which is, if you just look at today's meeting, we have a whole lot of things lined up we need to invest in. I would say it's unprecedented in the history of the state. We're talking about building out entire new infrastructure systems where people will plug into charging stations. We're talking about all of these major improvements to the existing interstate highway system or major state highway system, like 217. We're talking about gas tax funding and the whole question of how we fund the system needing to go through. These are major changes that are going to occur in a relatively tight time frame. So we need visible improvements, but we need results. When we say we're going to spend this money and it's going to be a better experience, better time experience, better safety experience, better choice, better options. You don't have to drive I-5. You can get this. I'm going to assume for a second there's some kind of transit component to this. That people are feeling like we're making progress here. This is working better. Those successes then allow us to talk to people about other things we need to do. Much of which we're talking about. We talked about today. It's a long list. If, on the other hand, they don't get the result, they're going to be less likely to support the next thing. And we need them to support a long list of things. So we need to deliver in an exemplary manner on all things in order to be able to do the next group of things and get the funding to do them. So I'm feeling a lot of urgency around a lot of things right now. And we just need to be thinking about this as a team in that way, in my view, because ultimately our audience is the political leadership and the electorate. And if they're not impressed with the changes that are made, they're going to fall off. They're not going to be behind us. And if they're not supporting us and saying we have to do this, then I worry about getting it done. End of speech.
Understood.
No pressure.
Two brief comments.
Well.
Unlike this morning when I talked all the time. First of all, I'm very mindful and appreciative of your comment that we can't build our way out of congestion. So in my mind, this project is less about congestion relief, although there is a component of congestion relief. It's more about making sure that we have a seismically resilient bridge so that when the Cascadia earthquake happens, we hopefully will still have a way to get across the river. I think that's critical for the health and safety of our Oregonians and Washingtonians. We'll have options for people who want to travel by bike, by transit, by bus, by walking, which we don't really have now. We'll have travel time reliability, and we might have a little bit better congestion relief, but we could build 2 extra lanes each way and have some congestion relief for about 10 minutes until everybody decided to drive across the bridge again. So I'm not anticipating, excuse me, a huge benefit in congestion relief from this project. So maybe when we come back, or you can talk a little bit more about that. And the second point I was going to make, and then I'll be quiet, is projects fluctuate in terms of when you're in a booming economy and prices are going up, it costs more and more to build something. And then at some point, it's cyclical, and prices come back down. And so, while nobody likes a recession, sometimes it's good to be building when you've designed it in the boom and you're building in the downturn. And so, maybe.
Yeah, Chair Van Brockland, Commissioner Smith, you said that much better than I could about where we are. The benefits that we'll see will be directly tied to the problems identified in the purpose and need statement. There are 6 of those, right? With safety being paramount, we've got seismic, freight congestion, overall congestion, transit, bike and pedestrian, and what am I missing here? I think I hit them all. So that will be our measuring stick, but with the added lens of climate and equity and how we accomplish those and how we've centered. And so we can bring that back. And then to Commissioner Burke, your question around costs and needing those. Yes, we're accelerating that work on a revised estimate based on the LPA, which will then flow into a revised conceptual or finance plan. The finance plan that range that Greg mentioned was from a conceptual finance plan that took the previous work that Director Strickler mentioned, made a few modifications, and then inflated that to year of expenditure. So it's very similar to the previous project because we had no additional work at the time. So that is that inflated range. Now we want to have an estimate for this project, this LPA, and that's what we're going to get this fall.
I'd just like to speak to the congestion issue. One thing that by building and making this a very smart corridor, by putting all the bells and whistles, and we think that having safety shoulders, all of those things, you know, as you drive across that bridge today, you're in a 10.5-foot lane, and you feel that. So with all of the merging and weaving, folks are, as we start making this a smarter, more effective corridor, we think that this will operate tremendously better. So some of the things that we see today will be relics of the past. So we think we will have a better experience for folks who travel the corridor.
Yeah, and for me, the word is benefits, and if we're going to make the investment, what the benefits are. And I see a list that includes seismic, and as I said, mode split, which means multimodality, which means biking and walking and all of those other forms. So I think it's that package of what is the proposition here? What is the value proposition we're putting forward to the public? That's what I want to understand better so that we can assess it.
Okay.
Vice Chair Simpson?
Does everybody understand the definition of an auxiliary lane that you're working with on this project?
We have put out a video. We've given hard examples of where they exist already in both Washington and Oregon to try and get that level of understanding, because there's some misperceptions. Folks think it's a HOV lane. They think it's a tolled lane. They think it's a lot of different things, but you know, we've taken to start calling it ramp-to-ramp connections, merge weave lanes rather than auxiliary lanes, so we can make sure that the public understands. When we went out for the scientific poll, we explained explicitly what an auxiliary lane was before the folks answered that question.
That's good. I think there should be some regional cross-coordination with that specific phrase.
Okay.
Because it's nobody's fault. I think it's just an educational shortfall. But I think just from general publics, even elected leaders, people not even understanding what that is causing a lot of problems, I think, with our regional projects.
Understood.
And that's it for me.
Okay, that gives you, unless someone wants to say something else? Okay, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
And we look forward to your being back before us. So we're going to take a 10-minute break and start at 3:05.
blame Richard.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to get started. Okay, we are moving on to the last agenda item of the day. It is on tolling policy and rate setting framework. So who is emceeing this one?
I'm going to start. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. I'm Lucinda Broussard, Tow Program Director in the Urban Mobility Office. This afternoon, we have two interrelated topics as we move towards implementing the tow program. You know, it's been a while since House Bill 2017, but we are on the move. So these are some next steps that we need to take. Because this is a statewide program, we need to be comprehensive in our policies and our rules. I'm going to turn it over to Amanda Peets. She's going to talk about the first topic, and then we'll go to Travis.
Great, thank you. So let's go ahead and advance to the next slide. So there'll be two parts to the presentation today. First, talking about the policy update, and second, about rulemaking. So I'll start on the policy update piece. So for the record, again, Amanda Peets, ODOT Policy Data and Analysis Division Administrator. Next slide, please. So the policy update in question is for the Oregon Highway Plan. It was first adopted in 1999, and it is really a document that describes how we deliver and manage our roadways and our highway system for all modes that use that system. The Oregon Highway Plan is one of our statewide plans. It's adopted by you as a transportation commission, so a very important role here that you play in really setting that policy foundation and framework. The plan's been updated many times since 1999, and most relevant to this topic is the tolling amendments that were done in 2012, or excuse me, yes, 2012. And those were really done at a time that we were starting to really think in earnest about tolling and pricing as tools in our toolbox. So the policy language really reflects, what are these things? Why might you think about them? What could they do? So it was very exploratory in nature and fairly conceptual. In the decades since, we've learned a lot, and we're getting a lot closer to actual implementation from that exploratory phase into how are we going to do this on the ground. And what we lack is some of the other key policy foundation elements here. And so what we're going to try to do through this policy update is really set that structure and that foundation for explaining why are these things that we want to use, what will we use them for, and kind of how will they look, what do we need to consider. So it is the kind of overarching structure that will inform some of the rulemaking pieces that you'll hear from Travis about, but also some of the project applications. Next slide, please. So I really think about the update in kind of four parts of what it would address and what you'll likely see in the amendments that will come before you. So the first area is to focus on the why. Why is this a tool in the toolbox that we might want to use? And so we'll look to some of the objectives like having to support and pay for an infrastructure investment or a project. So what does that mean? How are we trying to accomplish that revenue generation piece and for what purposes? But also things like congestion management. What is congestion? What are we trying to manage there? So we'll create some of those definitions around there. But also other important objectives that we try to achieve as we do that work to also promote emission reductions and climate, as well as making sure that within all of these programs we're centering equity and we're really understanding how we do that throughout using this mechanism. Then we'll set some context. So I think some of the context pieces that are important is that tolling and pricing, for example, for congestion, is one of the tools in the toolbox. It's not the only one. So you would pair that with operational improvements like ITS. You would pair that with investments in biking, walking, and public transportation. So it's the suite of things to accomplish some of these objectives. It's not necessarily in and of itself going to do that holistically. And then considering important things like system function. So if we're considering pricing on our freeways, for example, they are interstate. So they serve kind of longer distance trips, they connect communities, and they connect states. And so as we think about the function of those roadways, we really need to keep that in mind as we're setting the pricing structure and setting the tolling structure to what we're trying to accomplish with those systems and really provide that context. The meat of the policy update is going to be the framework itself. So looking at when and where we might want to apply these types of things. Like I said, centering equity, but more than centering equity, we're going to define what we mean there. There is equity in the process pieces of how we make decisions and things like that, and there's equity in terms of outcomes. So how do the prices and things affect different populations, and making sure that we're being very intentional in understanding those effects and driving towards better equity outcomes. We'll also touch on rates to help give kind of, again, that overarching structure for what things do we need to consider as we set rates. The definitions of some of these things matter as we do that, and kind of the complexity within there. And then also, once we create that revenue, what do we use it on? So this is an opportunity to solidify the commission's direction that was given maybe about a year ago on when you do tolling and pricing, you need to use the revenue in the corridor. We're going to solidify that in policy. We'll help to define what we mean by corridor and create some clarification there. And then mitigation is also very important. What are we trying to mitigate? How are we trying to mitigate it? What's eligible? And what's kind of the highest and best use of funds as we do that to support different outcomes. So we'll set that framework. And then lastly, I think many of the things that Lucinda here is charged with is, okay, we're doing it now. How do we manage, operate, maintain? What's the infrastructure needs? How do we need to consider infrastructure and interoperability and some of those kind of issues? We'll set that policy foundation as well. Next slide, please. A lot of different folks that we need to consult, coordinate, and engage as we do this policy development. So as we think about, again, the space and time that we're looking at some applications of pricing and tolling. And so that is primarily in the Portland metro area. So we know we have some key partners there, whether that's Portland metro itself, whether it's groups that have been formed to really help inform the projects there, like the Equity Mobility Advisory Committee. So we need to be working very closely with those groups and taking information from those groups. So for example, as we're drafting the policies right now, we've looked at EMAC, some of the recommendations they shared with you a couple months ago on some of their priorities, and we're trying to convert that directly into policy. So we're taking information from good work that other people have already done and trying to really pull that in to the work that we're doing now. But I also want to recognize that when we're talking about the Oregon Highway Plan, we're setting statewide policy. So not just for the immediate applications in front of us, but for any future applications. And so our outreach or engagement needs to be much broader than just the Portland metro area. It needs to engage a lot of communities throughout the state and organizations. Next slide, please. And then just lastly, I'll touch real quickly on timing. So we have a pretty quick time frame here for what I will call a major policy amendment. And we are starting to draft the policies right now. As I said, this is really being informed by other groups and other work that's out there. But I will tell you, this is a little different than we've done some of the policy work in the past. So Commissioner Burke and Chair Van Brockland, you sit on the Oregon Transportation Plan update. And with that kind of update, we're working kind of hand in hand on writing the policies together with a big and diverse group. Because we're on a more accelerated timeline here, we are just trying to gather a bunch of information, have some conversations quickly to pull together some policies, and then save a lot of time for public review. So it says up there, minimum of 45-day. We're going to shoot for much longer than that to really get out to these different entities and to really vet and make sure that we land on the right types of policies. And then our idea is to bring the recommendations for adoption to you by the fall, ideally September timeframe, but that's pretty aggressive for where we are now. And I want to speak real quickly to why such an aggressive time frame. And I think the aggressiveness of the time frame is really to support some of the projects and applications that are being contemplated currently, and to inform those as best as possible by setting this clear foundation. I think informing some of the rulemaking that you'll hear from Travis. With that, that's kind of my portion of the policy updates. Chair, if there's any questions on the policy, I'd be happy to take those now.
Questions? Commissioner Smith?
Are we just going to have, hopefully you'll come to us with some draft rules in advance of the time you ask us to adopt? So we have like some time to think about them.
Yeah, Commissioner Smith, we'd be happy to share the drafts with you as they're developed. I think certainly the ones that we released for public review, we'd like to share those with you, get your comments proactively at the same time we're hearing from everyone else. And then we'll circle back with you and share, here's what we heard before we move into that adoption phase.
Other comments, questions?
Thank you.
Okay. Travis?
Chair Van Brocklin, members of the commission, for the record, I'm Travis Brower, ODOT's Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. And I'm in front of you because, of course, tolling has a financial component. And so for the rulemaking that we'll be talking about, there will be a rate setting component, and that will involve a great deal of financial analysis, much of which will be carried out within the Finance and Budget Division. I'm going to give you a sense of the next two steps in the process. Amanda's work in policy data analysis will really set the foundation of policy, consistent with federal law, consistent with state law, and then that will allow us to move into the rulemaking process, which really operationalizes that statutory direction and the policy direction that the commission has set. But it will be a very comprehensive set of rules. So to give some context, ORS Chapter 383 is the state's tolling statute, and it gives direction to the commission. In fact, it gives you a lot of authority. It sets you as the toll authority to determine which state highways can be tolled and to set the rates for those. And within there, I did a Control F yesterday, and I found 18 references to rules within ORS Chapter 383. So it gives you a lot of direction to set rules and a lot of discretion on how to do so. Those rules will not just be the rate setting process that I'm going to spend a lot of time talking about today, but everything that Lucinda and her team will need to operate a toll program. That will include things like exemptions, based on the framework that Amanda's group comes forward with and that you approve, violations, penalties, enforcements, how we interact with our customers. These will be a very robust set of rules because everything that is needed to operate the toll program needs to be laid out clearly in a legally binding set of documents. It can't just be on, a notepad that Lucinda scribbles notes on in the back office of the toll program. It has to be in those sets of rules. So we will use the policy direction the legislature set in ORS 383, the policy direction the commission sets in the Oregon Highway Plan Amendment, to then go and thoroughly revise the rules that are in OAR 731.040. I will tell you, those are essentially completely obsolete and need to be really built back up from scratch. Much like Amanda said, we built those years ago under a different set of circumstances before we were really ready to operationalize tolling. So now we'll be back at that in the future. It's also important to note that as the third set of steps in that process, starting with policy making, then rule making, will be rate setting. That will flow from this rule-making process, as the rules will specify how you will consider rates and the process you will go by in order to set those rates. And that rate setting will be an act of rule-making by the commission, as that schedule must be in rule in some form. We will have a discussion today about the strategic direction for rulemaking. And next slide, please. What we want to do today is really get any direction from you, confirm the strategic direction that we're planning to go to inform the agency's approach to toll-related rulemaking. We're prepared to embark on this rulemaking process that will involve a rulemaking advisory committee so that we have a variety of voices who are helping us do our best work. And that rulemaking advisory committee, or RAC, will have a scope that we draft based on the input from the commission, based on the policies that are set in the OHP, and we need some direction on membership so that the members that are appointed to that RAC by Director Strickler match the commission's direction. We're not really today here to talk about the specifics of the rules or get direction on what needs to be in the rules so much as just the process and general strategic direction that the commission wants to set. And we can kind of give you some ideas and get your feedback on those thoughts so that we can bring that back to you and you can see where we plan to go. Next slide, please. So this is going to be a slightly tricky animation, and I will probably screw it up, but we're going to try it nonetheless. Since I've had great success in knocking down the screen today, I'm sure that this is going to go just swimmingly. So as we look at the rate setting process, we need to have rates in place by the time we open for tolling at the end of 2024. No later than the end of 2024, we will be turning on a toll system. And so we need both the entire set of rules and rates so that people can pay that. We are in May of 2022. So that sounds like we got a boatload of time, right? I mean, we got nothing but time. The reality is, though, that's not quite true. So we need to have, by early March, or early part of 2024, probably around March, we need to have those rates in place in order to complete our investment grade traffic and revenue analysis and be able to actually operate a toll system. So that means that we need to really start this process today. And if, Sabrina, if you could click through there showing some of these key dates. We need to launch this RAC in approximately the fall that will take the policy direction in the OHP and then be able to operationalize it into rules. So they won't start, they'll start with not a blank canvas, but a canvas that has some guidelines on how we would go about doing that. So we would hope to have this RAC up and running in the fall, and they would work through the entire process, both the rulemaking component and the rate setting component over the course of the next couple of years. Next slide, please. So today we're going to talk with you and get your strategic direction for both rulemaking as well as the toll rate setting process. So next slide, please. And next slide. We have three basic points that we believe are important rulemaking principles. So first off, rulemaking should be a statewide effort. The rulemaking needs to be robust enough that it can apply either to one of the urban mobility strategy projects or to any project in the rest of the state that needs to apply tolls. Someday, perhaps, when we replace the Uquina Bay Bridge over in Newport, we may need to toll it. And this process needs to work, whether we're talking about the Rose Quarter or I-205 or the Interstate Bridge or a bridge in Newport. And so it needs to be statewide in nature. It's also important to note that the freeway system in the Portland metro region is utilized by folks all over the state, particularly freight, but also people going to the airport or any of the other major destinations in that region. So it is utilized and affects people all across the state. And thus, it will not just be a regional effort. It will be a statewide effort to set these rules and to set the rates. Second, we think it's important to keep a rulemaking advisory committee relatively small and cohesive while still having diverse and broad representation that brings a number of voices into the conversation. We often find that the larger our RACs and other advisory committees get, the harder it is to work toward consensus with the number of voices around the table. So we are recommending a group that will probably be in the, say, 10 to 15 member maximum that will try to bring as many voices around that table to as many perspectives as possible while still being relatively small. The last point is that we believe that the RAC really must commit to continuing the tolling program's commitment to equity and make sure that those voices are around the table informing this work throughout that process. Next slide, please. In terms of principles that we are putting forward for rate setting, we understand that we need to balance multiple objectives. This is not a program that is designed for revenue generation as the primary purpose. Rather, it needs to balance congestion relief, revenue generation, ensuring that we have rates that recognize the ability of people to pay, as well as addressing climate. And so the rate setting process will need to incorporate all of those as we move forward to ensure that we're hitting that sweet spot where all of those can be achieved in this process. Next slide, please. Here's another tricky animation. Actually, we don't have the animation set on this one, so this will be a little bit easier. when you look at these goals that we have laid out, congestion, equitable revenue, and climate, they each have essentially, for each of these goals, a set of feasible rates. When you then overlay all of them on top of each other, you get a place where they converge that will give us that sweet spot where we can address all of those outcomes with a set of rates. Now, don't get too hung up on this in terms of how big each of these circles are or how much they overlap with the others. That's not the point. It's this really simple cartoon version that will just allow us to give you a sense that we're looking for that intersection point where these all converge and where we're achieving those multiple objectives. Next slide, please. So for the discussion today, we really want to get a sense of, do you agree with the rulemaking principles that we have set out? That this should be statewide with a broad representation, but still a relatively small group, and a commitment to equity. And do you agree with those rate-setting principles focusing on congestion relief, revenue, equity, and climate, and not focusing in on any one of those, but trying to achieve a balance of those multiple outcomes? So we're hoping to get any direction today from you so that we can begin this process in the very near future, building on that work that Amanda and her team will do and that the commission will put into the Oregon Highway Plan, then working through the rulemaking process, and finally getting to that actual table of rates that the commission will adopt as a rule at the end of this process about 2 years from now. With that, I will stand down, and we would love to get your input and direction on any of these issues.
Comments? What do you think?
Looks good to me.
I think it's difficult to disagree with those principles. So the only thing that struck me was with respect to the statewide, drafting these rules with a view towards they would apply everywhere. Which I think is a great goal. And of course, recognizing that that may not work, right? But that the idea is that at least the basics, right, the principles will apply everywhere, but that there may need to be some regional or project-specific variation in rules.
Yeah. Commissioner Burke, that's really important to note that I think some of what Amanda will do, for example, is probably give you a sense of where would we apply congestion pricing on a project rather than just some version of tolling. The Uquinna Bay Bridge, the way you set the toll rate structure may look very different than how you would on I-205. And so, again, that's why the rules and the policies will need to be robust enough to apply in either of those situations and give us the considerations of how we would apply these in different contexts.
Are you done?
I am.
I should also
Amanda?
note, this is the first of
sorry.
what will be many conversations over time. We don't expect you to have all the answers today, and we will start working to supply some of the framework and answers as Amanda works through this process. So you will have many opportunities to see us in front of you and to provide feedback and direction.
Lando, thoughts?
That's all I needed to hear.
Okay. So I might just add one initial thought, which would be wherever this occurs is going to be new. And so I think there's an intergovernmental aspect to this that's important. I mean, they're the interested populations or community groups or elements of a community, but I also think the governments themselves. For example, on I-205, we've heard a lot about impact to the local road system and diversionary traffic and that kind of thing. Now, maybe you would have diversionary traffic on a coastal bridge, but you drive off the bridge. But I do think the intergovernmental piece of this is important, and those entities, the elected officials and others, could be potentially very helpful. So I would include that in terms of your thinking about process.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. In fact, I believe that the director signed a letter of agreement with our partners at Metro that specifies that we will closely collaborate with them on elements of the toll program development and implementation. So there will be clearly both a regional intergovernmental component as well as intergovernmental components that are statewide as well.
And I think that relates to Commissioner Burke's comment about individuating these, which undoubtedly they will need to have some differences in order to be successful in the setting they're in.
I was also thinking about just a different term to revenue, almost like a gap filling or shortfall coverage, because I really think that's really what the agency is looking for right now. And some might try to, use that word in a very negative context, when in reality it's really intended to modernize the system in a way because of our transition to where we can't rely on our 20th century system.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think that's a good point, that revenue does not mean just trying to raise revenue for the sake of revenue. It's really raising the revenue needed to construct projects. So we may be able to tweak that language just a little bit to make sure it's clear that we're talking about generating resources for project construction.
And I think that's in the policy piece, what the objectives will clarify.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, so they both clarified. The only added point that I would put there is we certainly don't want to leave anybody with the impression, to your point, that tolls are going to alleviate the need to have a funding conversation for some of these other projects, because they just simply won't. And so we need to have that understanding as we go forward, that this is filling a gap that we know that exists, and it has to serve these other purposes in tandem, which is our GHG reduction goals, et cetera.
So does that help? We look forward to more.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. So that's our final item for today. Any further comments, questions from the commission? Okay, if not, we're adjourned. I see this over here, I'm going to use it.
Very nice.
It's been a while.
And that's my left hand.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
A little bit. That's a large one. That seems like a normal size.
Oh, well, this thing we're on. Think about that, the Oregon Transportation Plan. That thing's like,
How's the weather over there right now?
Cold,
Yeah?
really cold, like 20 degrees below normal. Like, it's been below freezing every night the last week.
Sounds like a lot of natural gas or a lot of fires.
I have some really nice sweaters.
Those work too.
We actually have a natural gas fireplace, which has been in operation. But we also did one of those ductless heating and cooling systems. So